Parched. Good evening, everyone. It is 6:01 p.m. I think we're ready to go. We are at the City of Cape Canaveral City Council regular meeting at City Hall Council Chambers, 100 Polk Avenue, Cape Canaveral, Florida. Tonight's agenda, January 21st, 2025, is before us. I call this meeting to order. And with that, Councilmember Willis, would you please lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
Here.
Mayor Morrison.
Here.
And Councilmember Willis.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you all for being here, and thank you all for joining city staff and the community. And Happy New Year. This is our first meeting of the year, and we are approving the agenda as written or with amendments. Council, are there any changes to the agenda we'd like to see?
Can we do reports up front? Because that's often, we don't get to it. And I have had multiple updates that I didn't get out, so. Could we pull it like prior to the items for discussion?
Okay. Councilmember Jackson is proposing that we move the reports, which is the last real item that we actually take up before, what was it, Councilmember?
Before.
Right after the consent agenda.
Ready?
All the time or just?
Just tonight, I need to give some updates so that council's aware of some things I'm working on so that you all have a heads up. And at the end of the meeting, we run out of time. So I just wanted to ensure that we were able to do that and I could cover some of these things so council would be aware.
After the consent agenda or before? Public participation, I don't think, so we have a presentation tonight, public participation, we go to the consent, discussion, and reports.
And I say before discussion.
Okay, so after the consent, before discussion,
I'll second it.
I think if you don't mind, make a formal motion and I'll
I make a motion that we'll move reports up right before items for discussion.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Councilmember Jackson, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum to amend the agenda to move reports right after the consent agenda item 3 and before discussion item 4. Council, are there any discussion on this?
I would prefer to keep it at the end so that we are encouraged to move along and have plenty of time to do reports at the end, but I'm fine with whatever council wants to do.
I would agree, because if there's people here that are for the EV chargers or something like that, I think they would want to have it done so they could get out, quicker. Or if there are any here for items for discussion.
Okay, it's one of the shortest agendas we've had. To me, I think it's, I'm fine with moving it up. I saw the city of Titusville did that at a meeting. They moved reports up front, and for the same reasons. And I haven't seen how it goes. We get to watch other cities and learn, and I think they really appreciated it. I think it's a great night to get to at least try it and see how it goes, at least for tonight. And I know you didn't say long term, but I'm okay with moving reports up. And Is there any other discussion? Seeing none. City Clerk? Please call the vote on amending the agenda.
Against.
4.
4.
4.
Against?
Thank you, City Clerk. All right, so with that, are there any other amendments that we'd like to see the agenda? City Attorney, do we need to formally do another vote with that, approve the remaining part of the agenda, or is that sufficient to? So, one. Thank you. Counselor, are we okay moving on to the next item? Just for over communicate, we'll do items 1, 2, 3, reports, and then do 4 and 5. All right, with that, we have a presentation tonight and by the National Weather Service Melbourne office to present the City of Cape Canaveral with a storm ready certification. Representatives are here with the National Weather Service Melbourne office.
Good evening. How's everyone today? My
Good.
name is Will Ulrich. I am the Warning Coordination Meteorologist for the National Weather Service office down in Melbourne. National Weather Service is responsible for issuing all of the watch, warning, and weather advisories that you see on television, on radio, and you might receive on your phone through the wireless emergency alert system. But we're also in charge of a very important program called the Storm Ready program that I am here to recognize the City of Cape Canaveral as officially storm ready tonight. So as the Warning Coordination Meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Melbourne, I am responsible for the planning and execution of our agency's Severe Weather Awareness program, which focuses on both educating the public and mitigating death, injury, and property damage as a result of hazardous weather here in East Central Florida. And that's where Storm Ready comes in. The program helps arm America's communities with the communication and safety skills needed to save lives and properties before, during, and after an event. And it is perhaps the most important piece of the Severe Weather Awareness Program's puzzle. It is designed to recognize communities that have reached a high level of severe weather preparedness. The program started back in the late 90s in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and since then has expanded to over 3,000 counties, cities, universities, colleges, military bases, government entities, commercial enterprises, and other groups. And as of today, thanks to the efforts put forth by your city's employees within the Resilience Division, the City of Cape Canaveral will be added to that list. Your city's staff has worked hard to meet the goals of the Storm Ready program, some of which include developing an emergency operations plan for all hazardous weather, identifying multiple ways to receive and disseminate weather information and warnings to the residents of this city, identifying and securing shelter locations, as well as participating in severe weather training, tornado drills, and weather preparedness weeks like Severe Weather Awareness Week, which is this coming up in just a couple of weeks at the beginning of February, as well as Hurricane Awareness Week, which is often late into the month of May and early June. But let's keep in mind that even the best laid plans are often put through the ringer during an emergency. And our community here, particularly here in Brevard County and the City of Cape Canaveral, is no stranger to weather hazards. Whether that's severe thunderstorms or tornadoes or floodings or hurricanes, you name it, Mother Nature, if you haven't been able to tell, she's kind of ticked off lately. And so it's important to mitigate and be prepared for whatever she has to offer. But it shouldn't end here. Preparedness is everyone's responsibility, and you too should consider your vulnerability and risk to hazardous weather and to develop a plan if you haven't already. We prepare because of the 1998 and 2007 Central Florida tornado outbreak, which killed, collectively, 63 people in the middle of the night. We prepare because of a recent historic tornado outbreak that occurred with Hurricane Milton and led to the deaths of 7 down in St. Lucie County. We prepare because of the 1998 Florida wildfire season, which burned over 500,000 acres of land over a 2-month period, roughly the size of Brevard County. We prepare because of hurricanes like Milton, Irma, and Ian, which highlighted our community's unique vulnerability to flooding rainfall. No community is storm-proof, but programs like Storm Ready and others can help save lives. So I appreciate your time this evening. Again, I want to send a special thank you to your Resiliency Division, who's worked with us close over the past couple of years to determine your readiness as a community here, not just of the government, but also of your residents as a whole. I have brought a sign that we hope will be proudly displayed right here in this government building that recognizes Cape Canaveral as the next storm-ready community. So I thank you for your time this evening. I appreciate it. And if we could get a photo of some members who want to be a part of this, I definitely would appreciate it.
Council, if you want to come down, you want a group photo or?
That'd be great. Yeah. Anybody who's willing to participate. Thank you very much. It's not me.
Well, that was very nice. Thank you. Proud of that. Thanks to Resiliency Team, the entire city staff who are a part of making that happen. That will conclude the presentation for tonight. We've got public participation. If anyone would like to speak, some of you already have, please fill out a comment card here and provide it here to our lieutenant, and we will make sure that you're heard. I do have a few cards. The first one I have is Mr. John Benton.
Waiting for the light to turn on.
Thank you.
So anyway, I'm here for a code reduction hearing.
John, I appreciate you noticing that. If you don't mind, do we have a light? If not, I can. There we go. All right, you're good to go, Mr. Benton.
I'm here for a code reduction hearing. I've been coming in here about 60 council meetings, and you guys won't tell me why I couldn't defend myself in that code reduction hearing. Why I couldn't have one, and you won't tell me why I couldn't defend myself. And the lawyer is the only one that can tell us, because it was his lawyer that was sitting up there laughing at me when they thought I was homeless living in a warehouse. Referred to me as a cookie that crumbled after Kevin Mann, your deacon at the Presbyterian Church up there, testifying I lived in the warehouse. After I already said, hey, I don't live there. You let him testify against me? Why didn't the cops come and put his son in jail? He was living in the warehouses next door. It was on the sex offender site. And then when the city man, Mr. Dickey, asked him, hey, is your son living in the warehouse up there? Because it's on the sex offender site. Kevin Mann told him no, that he's security. Kevin Mann should have had his son come into that meeting and testify I lived in that warehouse. The deputies came to my warehouse 6 times and took pictures of me on my private property. I had no objections. I walked around with them. I just wouldn't snitch on the homeless people that was living in those warehouses. I'm an owner. The guy in the next to me, he's a cop. I own his unit. He's paying me rent. Your citizens, if they don't want me in here doing this, they need to call you guys out and tell you, hey, why don't you give John a chance to defend himself? Give him his code reduction. You took my money. I'd sue you. And since I was in violation and you charged me $75, I figured the way you owe me is $75 for the last 10 years. And I told you in the very beginning with Randall's, I'm going to come in here until Kevin Mann comes in and apologizes to everybody and the police for lying to him for 4 months. John's living in his warehouse. All you had to do is ask the cop next door. Doree wouldn't do it. She didn't believe my renter would tell her the truth. She even said so. I asked Doree, the code enforcement officer, the second time she came there, I said, do you know Kevin Mann? She just looked at me stupid, wouldn't answer the question. I said, well, if you know him, you ask him if I live in this warehouse. And if he says anything other than no, you come and let me know. She didn't do it. She brought him in as a witness. He testified after me. You don't think I would want to you'd want to stick up for yourself if somebody threw you under the bus? And with his son living in the warehouse, claiming that he's living in the warehouse on that sex offender site, that makes his father a pedophile groomer. Think about this. Do you really want your children going to school with his grandchildren? People will be teasing his grandchildren that the father and his grandfather's pedophiles, and we have an incident at the school. You might, think about it, man. That man looked at the city, the mayor, Randall's, yeah, John lives in the warehouse. Mayor Randall's in the very first council meeting said, all right, you ain't got nothing to say about that? It's going to keep going.
Okay, the next one I have is Mr. Tom Stobie.
Hello. You might recognize me from when I was here to interview with the Culture and Leisure Board. And my concern then and now is Nancy Hansen and the courts that are used by tennis players and pickleball players. I wanted to just bring to your attention the really dangerous, it used to be just an eyesore, but now it's getting to be dangerous conditions. I believe these courts were installed about 50 years ago, and the lifetime of a tennis court in Florida is closer to 30 years, and so they are way overdue. The surface is worn down to where you can see some fiberglass netting back there, and it can get slippery there. We have teams coming in from other towns around this area. They play there on a regular basis, both tennis teams and pickleball teams, and all of them are just shocked at the condition of the courts. So we want to continue to bring that forward and encourage you to see if some funding could be found for that. I was looking through the budget, that the 2025 budget. On page 57, there is a concession stand that is budgeted for $315,000. I was just curious about the decision to fund that versus funding the resurfacing of the courts. The courts are used 365 days a year. I don't know how often the concession stand is used. I used to coach Little League. I used to work in concession stands. I think they're great things, but they have a limited season, and from what I understand, this doesn't bring in any revenue to the city of Cape Canaveral. Last year, at Nancy Hansen, the tennis courts had 9,000 visits. I mean, 9,000 times someone checked in at the desk and paid money to play tennis or pickleball on those courts. And it's grown tremendously every year. They brought in about $25,000 to the city of Cape Canaveral. And it just seems to me like if these courts were in better condition, we would see an increased number of people coming, and it would be a real plus for the city of Cape Canaveral to show for all these people coming in from other places, including tourists and snowbirds and all those who come in, to show them nice safe courts where they can play and enjoy that. So I guess my question was, I wondered what the thinking was with the budgeting of why would you budget $315,000 for a concession stand that has limited use and brings in no revenue versus the courts in Nancy Hanson.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks.
Okay. Robert McGregor.
Hello, I'm Robert McGregor. I'm a resident here in Cape Canaveral, Bayside. As Mr. Stobie says, that's going to be part of several people talking tonight about the conditions at Nancy Hanson. Hopefully everyone's been over there to take a look at the courts. They are in bad condition. So I know there's money out there been budgeted for resurfacing, but that's been pushed back, I guess, another year by the Culture and Leisure Board. Apparently that's according to documents online. There was money for, I guess there's money to be spent. Hopefully you're gonna spend it. I really hate public speaking, by the way. But if I don't speak up, I'm gonna feel bad about not speaking up about the conditions at Nancy Hanson. It's not about pickleball, it's not about tennis at this point. It's about resurfacing the courts, making them in good conditions for visitors we have from the cruise ships, from around the world. We have visitors around the world using those courts. So hopefully there's money out there to be found, I'm sure there is, to spend to get the courts resurfaced. If not this summer, next summer. Let's spend the money on it. I know we can do it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Janie McDonald.
Hi, I'm Janie McDonald. I'm a USA Pickleball Ambassador, focusing mostly on Cape Canaveral and Cocoa Beach, and I'm also involved with the Cape Canaveral Pickleball Club, so I'm very active. I met Nancy Hanson a lot. The same story that these two just said, the resurfacing is very important to us. At the last meeting, I think we were at the last Culture and Leisure Board, there was talk about resurfacing. I think Molly mentioned $300,000 to $400,000, because I know these guys didn't mention an amount, but I think that might be what you're looking at. And she mentioned a company called 90, which is top notch, out of Orlando. I was really happy when she mentioned that company, because they did them at my complex, and we're very happy with that. So basically, it's the same thing as these. We need resurfacing. They're playable now, but like Tom said, they're past their life. You know, can we get through one more summer? Maybe. 2 would be great. It would be, if we don't go past 2 summers, I think we'll be all right. But I'm not a project manager. You'd have to have someone assess that, and I think Molly's on top of that. So we just want to make it be heard that we still want to keep having that addressed. Okay. Thank you,
Janie. Francis Miles.
Hi, I'm Frances Miles. I'm not a resident, but I use the tennis courts and pickleball courts, usually the tennis courts, but I've also played pickleball here too. And I'm here also to support the, resurfacing the tennis courts. From what I understand, there is money allocated for a concession stand, and it seems that the tennis courts should take more priority over the concession stand, and the extra money towards the courts would be enough to get it done properly versus putting it back and risking more dangerous playing with sliding, and then there's some cracks, there's ant piles and stuff all over the courts, and it is dangerous right now, and having them resurface would help everybody be able to play safely. And like Tom was saying, we do have people coming from all over the county to play tennis and pickleball there. We have leagues year-round for tennis, and they have pickleball leagues, I think, during snowbird season. And people come from all over, and we go there, and we see how beautiful their courts are, and then they have to come and deal with their courts. And also, there are other places for us to play that are better and nicer, and for the money you have to pay here, you could play someplace else nicer for the same amount of money, and possibly there's a risk that you could be, as you delay resurfacing the courts, you could lose some of the income that you're enjoying right now. If you do the courts rather than the concession stand, you will get money back for doing those courts, versus the concession stand is just money to a concession stand with nothing coming back to repay it. So that's all.
Thank you. Heidi Martin.
Hi, my name's Heidi Martin. I'm a fairly new resident to Cape Canaveral, and I'm really enjoying the area. My background is in recreation, and when I did work a lot with tennis courts. So when I came over to play here, I was a little disappointed to see the shape that these courts are in. You have a very active community here, very active pickleball and tennis community. I don't know, the logistics about your Little League community, but I do know in most areas, Little League only plays probably in the spring, maybe the summertime. Here, we play tennis year-round, and going to other facilities, they are much nicer than what we see here at Cape Canaveral. Also, my concern is, if you don't maintain the courts to acceptable standards, you are putting the city in a situation of liability. Somebody falls and gets hurt on the tennis court that's been repaired, and the repair is a hump that's in the back of the court, and you go to hit a ball and you hit the hump and you fall and you hit yourself. It is a liability for the city. You shouldn't have anybody playing on the courts if you're not going to maintain them properly. So you need to think about those issues too. They do bring in a lot of money. As I said, I've only been here a short period of time, but I do know that I love playing tennis. I love playing in Cape Canaveral, and I hope to, see good improvements on those courts.
Thank you, Heidi. Donna Weitzel.
I'm Donna Weitzel. I'm new here. I moved here September 1st, 2023. Excuse me. And the reason why I'm here is because of not because I'm against it, but I'm against the time frame of the launches going up in the morning hours. I feel like it should be arranged a different time, like maybe 6 a.m. People have to sleep, and there's a lot of retired people here. Whether they're working or not, it's still a disturbance. I know a person that they had antiques on their walls, and it fell off and broke. Perhaps they could arrange a different time frame, just like a noise ordinance. That's all I'm asking for.
Thank you so much.
And in fact, we're having another one tonight. We had one last night, early morning, and another one tonight. So I'm not too happy about the time frame. I do like the launches, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that completes, I think, all the cards I have. If you intended to speak or filled out a card, and please come forward. I don't want to miss anyone. And if anyone who is participating online, I want to confirm, do we have the live stream going? Yes, just want to make sure that it's working. It looks like we have some folks online. If you would like to speak, for those of you who are logged on, we ask that you please raise your hand, and I will unmute you. We'll make sure you're heard. At this time, I do not see any hands raised. Just give it a few seconds to make sure. Thank you all for joining online. With that, seeing no more public comments or hands raised, we'll go ahead and close. Councilmember Willis?
I just wanted, for my own sake, of the people here that didn't speak, who are in support of fixing the tennis courts right away that did not speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We'll go ahead and close public participation, bring it back to the agenda. We are now on to the consent agenda. We have 3 items tonight. The first 2 are approving minutes. The first one from the December 17th special meeting, the second set from the December 17th regular meeting, and the third item is to approve a proposal submitted by Crom Coatings and Restorations for leak repair and destructive investigation for the 1 million gallon reuse tank, and to authorize the city manager to execute the same. Council, anyone like to pull these or approve them all together?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember Davis to approve the consent agenda. Council, are there any other discussions on this? And I just want to clarify. Okay. Yep. Any other discussion? Good. None? City Clerk?
Four.
4.
4.
4.
4.
All right. All 3 agenda items consent S50. And due to the amendment at this time, we will go ahead and take up reports. Okay. So, no particular order. Councilmember Jackson, would you like to go first?
That'll be fine. Okay, I attended the state-required ethics course. I also attended the BED board meeting, which was very informational for me. On the BED board meeting, the chairperson was concerned that their desires and ideas were not heard by council prior to us looking at CIPs and determining where we were going to allocate funding for the year. So as the meeting continued on, they discussed the fact that the end of the year meetings weren't as important because the budget was already set. And I have a suggestion that we look at potentially getting their ideas and input to staff by December, January timeframe so that staff can include those in the CIPs, because they showed the CIPs in the BED board meeting, and they're correct, we didn't see any of their ideas. So if we were able to get those earlier, those could be included in the CIPs when they were brought to council. So that's what I had as far as feedback with the BED board, because I really do value their input. I think that it makes us have the ability to make better decisions when we're listening to those boards. So that was one bit of feedback. I know Councilmember Willis spoke, and I didn't speak. I was literally absorbing it all, but that's one of the feedback items I have from that. I also attended the CAB meeting, and the pickleball and tennis players were in that meeting as well. So, and discussed the concession stand instead of the, and they actually discussed it in that meeting using the concession stand money instead of the tennis courts. But I have concerns with that because we have several buildings, including Nancy Hanson, that has work that needs to be done. And Nancy Hanson, as we all saw in one of our earlier meetings when Councilmember Willis brought us photos of the electrical panel, we have quite a bit of work. And it's really kind of disappointing that as we built the community center, we didn't think about that concession stand, which could have been rolled in with that project. So now we have several structures that we need to do maintenance on, and it's, a little bit of a concern because we've got some catching up to do. But I learned in both of those meetings and enjoyed getting to go do those. Another thing is I'm working with Brianna with our plans that are all being submitted to the city. In computer-aided drafting or CAD programs, they have literally just check boxes where they can put notes in. And one of the notes that I'm finding on every site plan deals with per the the SJRM Water Management District, so St. Johns River Water Management District, Section 3.2.1, new construction with less than 50% impervious does not need to limit the post-condition runoff to pre-condition. However, if you go to Section 3.2.2, it literally says that local governments can make their own rules about this, and that the developer would have to deal with to make sure that they are in code with any local flooding rules. So I got this information to Brianna so that she could look at it, because we don't want to alleviate people from having a responsibility to stick with precondition, to where they don't have to stick with precondition flooding, because that means if I elevate a lot and the water runs off, then I'm not responsible. And it's literally probably just a check mark on their CAD program. So I did get that section of the St. Johns River Water Management District Code to Brianna for her to investigate and get more details, so that if we need to add that to our code to help control flooding, that we can. And that's what I have for this section.
Thank you, Councilmember Jackson. No particular order. City Attorney?
And most of the site plans that I have looked at, well, actually, all of the ones I'm looking at have it in the notes section on the plan itself. And the note refers to Section 3.2.1, new construction with less than 50% impervious does not need to limit the post-condition runoff to pre-condition. So, but when you go into the code itself, there's quite a bit of information. There's even two notes within that code, that's that information, saying pervious concrete and turf blocks are not considered impervious surfaces for certain conditions. So,
but that's a state requirement.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So,
for things in the St.
Johns River Water Management District, but the city also has its own stormwater management section of the code in Chapter 90, and Chapter 90 requires that post-development peak rate discharges not exceed pre-development rate for a 24-hour and 5-year 24 hours.
Okay.
So there are some
things in there.
In the city's code that
so,
complied with.
And this would be something that the building department would definitely need to, determine. But why are they putting this on the plan, though, like it gives them an out? Because it's literally noted on their plan, on these plans.
They don't get an out for compliance with Chapter 90.
Okay.
So that's something that our plans reviewer is going to have to carefully look at. I mean, if the note is wrong, then they should make the engineer correct it and, comply with the city code.
And so our city code is Chapter 9?
90.
90, okay.
The whole stormwater section with
Yeah.
local requirements. Now, many of them may be similar to or less stringent than St. John's, but there are other provisions that may more stringent, right? Regardless, the applicants have to comply with both.
Okay, thank you.
City Attorney, anything else?
No, that just caught my ear. That's a good catch on the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis.
Yes, just to follow up on Councilmember Jackson attending the Business and Economic Development and / CRA Advisory Board. They were working on their calendar, and since the CRA CIPs are not as many as the regular, but what I had asked of the bed board was to meet as often as they can before we start into the budget season. And Councilmember Jackson brings up a good point. They should be meeting in December or November, but their concern was their vacation schedules and people being out of town. And a lot of these are business people who are traveling and whatnot. But I did make the request that they try to schedule as many meetings as they could before we see the budget. We start into that process to get their input. And because that's what we're tasking them with, to give us that input so that we can look at the CRA a little better. But I believe Brianna and that board will make adjustments. They were very amenable to meeting even more frequently than I thought they would. But I think currently they meet quarterly, or scheduled to be quarterly. But I think they're trying to meet every month up until the budget. We start working on the budget. So I think that's a very positive thing, and it's certainly a good effort by that board to follow through on the things that this council had asked them to do. So I very much appreciate that, Brianna, and that board. I also attended the Space Coast League of Cities Board of Directors meeting in Palm Bay this month. And while I was there, I got elected to the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council Board of Directors. And well, thank you. But hopefully we can do something for the city and let our needs be known. But unfortunately, I've got to represent all of Brevard, not just Cape Canaveral. And Zach Eichholz and I attended one of their meetings dealing with the ADA, and it's FEMA and a lot of government agency funding for post-Milton and Helene hurricanes, and we identified a bunch of things that we're asking for help from government agencies for things like stormwater, for the public works, for that maintenance building, putting in as many requests for additional funding or assistance that they can give us. Of course, we're competing with everybody else in Brevard County, but we were able to, Zach Eichholz especially, was able to emphasize the needs that we have. And I think I think we might be very successful with it. So that's all I've got.
For Tim?
Did not attend those meetings, but watched them on online. And I'm kind of sad that the tennis people left, but I wanted to kind of go through, right away, we are targeting the concession stand for money. And I understand the tennis courts need to be done, but this is not something that just happened in the last year. They've been neglected for a while, and now we are at the point where, they need to be done right away. When we originally, the planning of the C5 building did not include a concession stand. One was taken away along with the bathroom, but reconstructed, it never happened. It took a while to get bathrooms there. And when people say the concession stand's not making any money for the city, well, one, there is no concession stand, And two, it's not about making money for the city, but helping the Little League raise money for uniforms, gloves, balls, whatever they need for out there. You know, we say we're a family-oriented town and a small-town feel, and we went through the strategic pillars of things that happen in our city and why they should happen and what pillar they should be under. And a concession stand is both a sense of place and community engagement. I think when you spend as much money as we did on the C5 and we take away amenities from the people that live here, that we lost a field for older kids to play on or even adults. We lost a concession stand, we lost a bathroom, and we spent a lot of money on that building. I just think that although the tennis courts are really important, and I understand that it brings revenue, this is something that should have been addressed a long time ago. And we spend our CRA money on shiny new things when we don't take care of the things we've have. And I've been saying that since I've been on council. We have so many awesome things in our city that need maintenance and upkeep, and to just generally have the basic amenities for our residents. But we move on, we kick things down the road, and now the tennis courts are in dire need of, resurfacing. I think that the Nancy Hansen building itself is in dire needs of help. Again, it's been neglected for years. I don't think that we should, when we started this out and the C5 was being built and I asked about a concession stand, oh, we don't need that, we don't need that. It was $50,000. Now it's $315,000. I just think that it's important to families to be able to have a concession stand, a place where the Little League or whoever else can make money for their programs. Again, we lost a field that would have brought more people to the baseball complex there. So, to me, to spend all that money and to take amenities away from the residents doesn't make sense to me. I think that the tennis courts definitely need to be done. We need to find money somewhere else and get the concession stand done. It's been 5 years that we've been trying to get the concession stand done. And, each year it gets more and more money. And again, we want a small town feel. We want families to feel like they can take their kids down there and play. All that is important, as well as tennis and pickleball. It took a long time to get the concession stand under the CRA funding because it was always a general fund thing. And I said, the concession stand was blighted. It was horrible. It needed to be knocked down, but we needed to replace it. We've lost opening day ceremonies at the place, different fundraising activities there at the city park that we could have had if there was a concession stand. So I think looking for the money somewhere else and getting the concession stand done is a really important thing for our city. And like I said, and I repeat myself, the tennis courts didn't get that way overnight. It's been a long time that we've spent money on other things we shouldn't, and we didn't take care of what we have. So that's what I needed to say about that. The CRA and the bed board, I think when we originally adopted the idea of a bed board, we brought that back in, was for them to help us with CRA and give us their input as business people. I think we directed the staff back then to take their ideas to the bed board. It didn't happen, and then when the bed board meeting, the budget was already baked, as they said, at their meeting. The things were already decided, so there was nothing for them to look at. I think it's real important for them to get, to help us with the budget and to bring their ideas before we even start the budget. So I agree with that. And that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis? Thank you. My reports, yeah, I watched the bed board meeting. Thank you both for being a part of it and remember it as you described, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. It sounds like we're getting in front of that now and got some good ideas to try and strategically align that with our schedule and the budget to utilize their recommendations on those expenditures. I really appreciate the public comments today. I think that's a great indication of civic engagement and those requests. I think today we have it budgeted to do the concession stand, and we had a certain amount to resurface. What was it? 100,000?
Molly, was it?
115,000.
115,000? Okay. And I was at that Culture and Leisure Services Board meeting and got a chance to listen and had a chance to speak with Molly after. And I don't disagree with, the condition, but I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem Kellum wholeheartedly that taking care of what we have resonates with the community. That's what we were hearing tonight, was taking care of what we have. And it's, we took a facility away, and so that I think is something I want to maintain and stay interested in. And as far as getting a good number on what it would cost, I don't know why it doesn't necessarily have to be the concession stand. There's monies potentially in other areas. Sounds like we've got 115,000 already, so whatever that difference is, I heard 300,000. Is that the quote?
Molly, would you mind addressing that?
The ballpark estimate that was provided by 90 Sports Surfaces was between 450 and 500,000. Now, I don't know the full scope of that. Some of that stuff could be done in-house, like removing the fencing, removing the podocarpus around it to gain access to the actual slab itself. But we're still waiting on, we reached out to multiple companies and it's hard to get quotes and bids. So we're just waiting on more feedback so that we're not just operating on one company's advice.
Thank you.
And that's without putting the water retention thing under.
Correct.
And is that that's not a formal bid?
No, that was just them coming out and providing quotes.
So we literally
haven't
don't have
published this
any
for
formal
bid.
bids on doing one and resurfacing or any of them yet, right?
Resurfacing would have been covered with the 115,000. What's being recommended is to have the courts reconstructed.
Right.
Resurfacing will end up within a year the exact same place that we're at now with the depression in court number 5.
And the cost to resurface, was that the 115 we were estimating?
That was about the 115, yes.
Okay.
Resurfacing and then a repair underneath Court 5, which is not what's being recommended by the professionals.
And I remember learning that, but a reconstruction, did I hear 30 years of life is what we would get?
Well, the last go around we got 50, so.
And when did that court really start? I heard a year or two left, or next summer is kind of, it needs to happen now, no later than. But when did we really notice it to degrade, I think, to?
2016.
Okay.
And the choice was made by the previous administration just to resurface instead of reconstruct.
Okay. And I guess after that resurfacing, it gave us up until, was it last year when we started noticing the issues?
You can actually go on Google Earth, and they have a little slider at the bottom where you can change the date. And within 6 months of the resurfacing, you see the shadow appear on court number 5. So it's all very weather dependent, it's climate dependent, it's use dependent. One of the things that I mentioned in the memo that went out right after we heard this was that something to the effect of what we just experienced this weekend could cause it to sink even further overnight. And there's no way for us to predict that. But temperature fluctuations, rainwater, water tables, all of that impacts the structural integrity of asphalt, especially when you get it in the 50-year age group.
Thank you.
So what kind of liability are we looking at with that court having that issue? I mean, is it worth having that court even in service if we've got a liability issue for trips and falls?
That would be an attorney question.
Idiot. Sorry.
It's a recreational facility. The city has a duty to maintain the facility in good order. To the extent that there are any defects or damage that may cause injury, you could possibly expect a claim, having defended several tennis court claims in my career. Thank you.
Okay, so you can't, am I hearing that you cannot shut that court off until we get it repaired?
To the extent that the court is dangerous, potentially a hazard to players, that's going to be a judgment call that the city's going to have to make. And, I would advise not allowing players to play tennis on a court that may be dangerous. That's the bottom line. So take it out of service if it's dangerous.
I mean, we have feedback from people that came in here that play on these courts all the time that, if you were walking and there's a depression or running, that you could trip and fall. So I'm just trying to determine, do we have that kind of situation?
I believe 1/4 inch is what's considered trip hazard by ADA. We're approaching it.
Great. Well, I think that's very helpful, as obviously I think if we get to that trip hazard and maybe even sooner, judgment is better than mine on the time, and I think it'd be a matter of, well, how long does it have to sit there inactive before we can make repairs? This is something I'm willing to talk through and figure out. I don't think we have to take from the concession stand. I'd be interested in looking at other areas to take from.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
May I suggest that staff gather together to meet on this and see if there are other projects that we could possibly identify to make up the funding to try to advance that and bring a recommendation forward to council and get that bid RFQ or RFP out sooner rather than later. And then also 90, I think is the name of the company, ask them what their recommendation is on the sports surface tolerances for safety, for playability, and let's get it measured, find out exactly where we are, and make a decision on keeping it open or closed based on that.
Okay.
Molly, could you also let council know, and big thing on the liability, additionally, when the courts close, the revenues that would be lost, is it about 25,000 a year, based on what?
It's really hard to, you never know who's going to show up to your party. So to say, okay, closing this court, I'm going to eliminate $10,000 from my revenue, I can't make a projection like that. I would just be pulling it out of thin air because there's a lot of factors that go into where people decide to play. And I think all of you have heard enough about the differences between, say, tennis and pickleball. Pickleball is very much a social sport. So if the right people are in the right place, then more people are going to want to come and play with them. It's not just about skill level and the formality like tennis is. It's also about the social aspect. So people are going to gather where they're happiest and where they're most comfortable. I can tell you that right now the Nancy Hansen, just in their court fees alone, bring in 12% of my department's revenue. And if we had better courts, nicer courts, or more courts, that number would only go up. So
And what was that number for last year, Molly?
about 33,000 and change. That's just the Nancy Hansen.
And we have how many courts? I'm sorry.
There's 5 tennis courts, and now we are up to 10 pickleball courts. Each tennis court comprises 2 pickleball courts. If we have to close off court 5, we'll lose all of court 5 for tennis, and we will lose half of court 5 in terms of pickleball, because the north or the south side, they would still be able to play. Unless, of course, the depression expands.
I'm just worried about public safety in
Yeah.
this case, because, you know, we literally had a group of people come in here and tell us and speak to the fact that they didn't feel like it's safe and that it's, you know, an issue. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Molly, I have a question. Is there any idea on what the downtime will be to reconstruct tennis courts?
I have
And
no idea. That would be, once we get a clear directive on how to move forward with this, we'll be able to flesh out a lot of details that are unknowns at this point, because we also don't know what's going on underneath Court 5. But that depression's been there, based on some feedback from tennis players that reminded me that they were playing there the year I was born, that depression has always been an issue.
wow. You know, we talked about making more tennis courts somewhere else. I'm just wondering, if we did that, could we build the tennis courts somewhere else and then reconstruct the ones? I mean, I'm just brainstorming here.
You would need a staffed facility for that if you're trying to preserve the revenue, because otherwise it's just a court that somebody would just walk out on and play.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I make a comment? Yeah, and the other thing here that concerns me, I'm listening to this discussion, is now that this situation has been made public, it puts us even at more risk, and I don't have to explain why.
I think the city manager is the property manager of everything. City attorney, is that fair? He can make that decision at any point if he thinks it's a safety hazard while working with the directors.
It's a day-to-day risk management issue. To the extent that any city facility, you know, needs to be repaired, then, you know, it needs to be looked at and presented to the council if a budget decision is needed to fund the repair.
And one last comment, if I was a tennis player and I knew that the courts were deficient and I was a regular tennis player and knew that there were problems, why would I want to go play on that court to risk an injury? Why would you do that?
We'll start, Molly, by finding out what the playability tolerances are and getting it measured. And we'll make a go, no-go decision from there as far as closing that court.
Any other questions? Thank you. I think that was largely deserved due to the public comments that we've had tonight, and I've heard it prior and went, and I think we'll figure it out. Okay, and the other reports, the legislative delegation meeting is coming up on the 27th. Council, city staff, if there are any issues that we want to state that we need to bring forward, I plan on being there and speaking. And like to think of an efficient way that, if needed and desired, there's a bulleted list of items that we want to go on what's in the best interest of the city of Cape Canaveral to bring forward. How can we work together to do that? The deadline to submit is tomorrow. And I plan on meeting with Representative Soroy at some point, either before or after, to emphasize the importance of those. So at a minimum, what are the big things that we really want to see? If there's a good way to do that by emailing city manager or city attorney and trying to get that, or if you, I think, plan on being there. I'm not sure exactly what the rules are. I'm just saying I'll be there to represent anyone who may not be able to make it.
I have an update for you on that. It has been, the meeting scheduled for Wednesday, the 29th, has been canceled.
Yeah, I got that email. I'm also registered to speak.
So am I, for the one on Thursday.
The 29th?
Yes, it has not been rescheduled yet.
Why did I have 27th? Well, maybe I got my schedule mixed up. Sounds like we got some time.
We don't know how long they're going to delay it.
Okay.
They haven't come out with a follow-up date.
Okay. Well, I think we'll monitor that, and that's really all I had for reports for now. And
Mayor?
Yes.
If I could, I would bring this up under reports. We've got a couple new staff members I would just like to introduce to the council and also to the public.
Absolutely.
We have Esther Colson, our new city clerk here. And we have Connor Ford as our new city planner. Does anybody want to say anything to the council? No? Mayor, is that okay if Connor says a few words?
Absolutely. Welcome, Connor.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So, as Todd introduced me, my name is Connor Ford, and I'm serving as the new senior planner. I grew up in Indian River County, so I've been on the east coast of Florida my whole life. I've worked with the Department of Transportation in Tallahassee, the Department of Environmental Protection, with the City of Sebastian, and also a little bit in Dallas doing private sector consulting for smaller municipalities. I have degrees from Florida State University and Texas A&M, and I've amassed a pretty good collection of experiences, and I really look forward to serving as your senior planner. So thank you for welcoming me on.
Thank you. Thank you. Go Knowles.
Go Aggies.
Yes. Welcome to the team. Esther, City Clerk, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been involved in municipal and county government for more than 30 years. I also worked in government in the UK, primarily as a city clerk or municipal clerk, really. I've got my MMC designation, and I'm pleased to be working with you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Glad you're here, both of you.
City Manager, any other reports?
No, sir, thank you.
City Attorney, any reports? Lieutenant Molyneux, Brevard County Sheriff's Office, any reports? Commander Keck, I'm saying. Anything for the... Thank you. I don't think we have fire here. Any other reports desired? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the report section of the meeting. And that brings us to items for discussion. Item number 4, which is the status of EV chargers as a follow-up to the 2024 workshop submitted by Councilmember Jackson. Councilmember Jackson, floor is yours.
Are we not doing the item 3?
Item 3 was approved through the consent.
Okay, thank you.
If you wanted to rescind, or
No,
you felt that you
I'm
needed
good.
to. Okay.
Thank you. All right. In our reports, which is item number 7.
Okay.
I just wanted to revisit this because we did increase the hours for the EV chargers, and it's been a month. Also, we're at past a year point since the upgrade to the level 2 chargers. So I thought this was probably a good point for us to just touch base on the program and what we had here. So the total, once again, Zach always gives us very good report on this and has a lot of detailed information. Things I want to point out, we spent up front $111,912.94 for the upgrade to the level 2. And the upfront cost of the city's original first generation chargers was $14,892.30. The total program revenue we made for the year ending December 31st, 2024, we made $4,890. Now, our estimate was that we were going to make $70,000. So we're way off on that estimate, which could be industry changes and things like that, or the fact that we had a slow travel season. That's a pretty big disparity from what we thought we might be able to make. So charging revenue generated $4,271, and then you see the idle fee generated $619. So roughly $2,800 when you subtract the cost of our electricity, which was $2,016.51. We made roughly $2,800 on the chargers for 2024. So one of the things that I included, well, actually, let me go over here because there's a page that we referred to, and it says there was a spike or an increase, but I don't really see it in that.
In the graphs?
Yes, in the graphs, which was attachment 5.
Okay, so.
I don't really see that as a spike. And this is on the agenda item, page 2 of 3. It says Q4 2024 subsequently saw the program's highest single day of revenue on record as $159. And when you look at this, there really isn't a spike that I'm seeing on this. The spike that we see on that attachment 5, if you look, that's literally the Christmas holiday. And the reason we saw a spike is because tourists use it, and that's when our tourists start coming in. So literally, a lot of people that are in the rental business went from no one here to their units were now booked. So the increase is definitely not, I think, what we would consider for a year-long standard or as far as seeing a spike. It's really more tourism related. So we might expect to see a spike in income this year from that December period out to about mid-April. But regardless, we're way off on our numbers of what we thought we would potentially bring in. Now, having said that, the market has had a lot of changes and has slowed tremendously, and hybrid market has picked up. So true EVs have slowed with the hybrid market picking up. And to illustrate that point in my agenda item, I included for you all as the council an article, because literally Hertz is now, if you rent one of their EVs, they call you during the week and try to sell it to you. So if you want a Tesla, go rent one. That's a great way to get a Tesla, because they're literally trying to unload their EVs. And there are many places doing similar things. So we're seeing some trending here that was not applicable potentially before, and that is important for council to know. We had originally, during that workshops, but I spoke about return on investment because when you look at whether you want to pay for something, you should look at that return on the investment, your ROI, and basically I'll be dead and we'll have to upgrade it to level 3 or 4 or 5 because technology will keep moving. So there's no way we can get our return on any investment we put in it at the rates that we're seeing now. And the city manager can also discuss this as well because the port installed, are those level 3 chargers, city manager?
I'm not sure what level.
Yeah, I think that they're level 3, but I'd have to check. They installed them in their parking garage, and due to liability issues, they have disconnected them because of fire hazard. So there's, we're further along with that market to where you can look at some of the things occurring. And I think it's something that city council should keep our eyes on, because if it's a service that we want to pay for out of citizens' tax dollars, that's something we need to make an active decision on, in my opinion. And we may want to do that. I'm not stating to do it tonight. This was simply an update. However, the price of the cars are going down. We have less people that are using them now. We have fire hazards during Milton. The state literally put out to get them out of your house, get them out of the garage. So for fire safety purposes during the hurricane. So we need to, keep this on the forefront with what we want to look at, and especially when we look at the things that we do need to fix, like tennis courts and all of these other things. So just wanted to bring this back to you guys to give you an update, and then potentially we need to look at it again after the peak season for our snowbirds, because there are a lot on the roads right now due to the snowbirds, but you see in the report during that vacation week, that's who's using it, are our tourists. And when it's not snowbird peak season, due to the minimum 6-night rentals in the city, located all throughout the city, the rentals are really down. So, and the hotels have the chargers there for our cruise passengers. So that's something to consider as well, because the numbers aren't showing that we're really having a ton of usage when it's not a peak snowbird period.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that the this report is, well, I'm referencing the item 7, the informational item linked to this discussion item, and that's really helpful. So the total revenues, $4,000 from January 21st through December 31st of last year. That's the entire 2024 total program revenues, $4,582. In which and then they break down where that money came from, right? The $3,963 is charging revenue, and then there's some idle fees, $619. Interesting on the total time recorded, 3,539 hours or 147
And if
days.
If you look on the first page of that agenda report item, that's where the total cumulative information is.
On number 7?
Yes.
Oh, the information. Yep.
Okay, so you'll see down there, total cost of the kilowatt hours was $2,016.51. And that's slightly higher cumulatively. It's $4,890, but it still has us in a range of around, $2,800. So definitely not a program that pays for itself.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Willis.
I wanted to ask John DeLeo, what is it costing us per month?
Well, I talked to Zach before I came in here because this is, there's a lot of information here. of course, you have a project, right? And you invest in it for the community, right? Basically, that's what we did here. Kind of like the concession stand. It's something, you're providing a service for the community, whatever. So, yeah, Councilmember Jackson, I agree, you and I will be about 115 years old if you thought you could ever get the money back from what we invested in. But the investment was there for the community. So what's going on now is you have 12 stations, and the annual charger network fee is $400. So that's $4,800. And if you go to the front page, the total revenues generated were $48.90. So you came out $90 ahead this year. And I was talking to Zach about this because I want him to explain exactly what he's put in here. So, I mean, estimated going forward, like if we were to go, say, just round it up to $5,000 a year, based on the annual charger fee, then that it is paying for itself, but we're not going to make any money. But the point here is not to make, the point here probably was it would have been nice to make money, but it doesn't look like, based on the way the market is and everything's going to go, we're going to make money. So I don't ever see in a near future of us ever making, you know, 111,000, getting 111,000 back. But it's just like any other project that you say, hey, we're giving this to the community, what have you.
Just want to stay in order here. Councilmember Willis?
Yeah, no.
That's what your
question was on
question
the
was?
monthly fees, I think is what he asked.
Well, no, I just wanted to know
Or
what
the
it was
cost.
costing the city to run these chargers now.
Well,
We've already spent the money to put them in. That's gone, that's done.
Well,
We
well,
have chargers.
that's what I did, Councilman Rose. I answered your question.
Yeah.
$4,800 a year, and we made $4,890.
Now, if we're looking for return on investment, then all right, we have to apply this criteria to everything we're doing. Concession stand, tennis courts, everything. If that's the way we're going to do it. Tell me how we would ever return the investment on the concession stand. City gets not a dollar from it.
We're not
So-
losing any money here, but we're really not making any money.
Right, and if we shut down the EV charging, we've lost everything. There is no hope of recouping anything.
I want to understand the numbers more, and it's not for tonight, but I guess the total, what we're calling revenue is money in, and the cost, the total cost for the year is, where do I find that?
You've got to go to the back page where it says the annual,
So,
2 of 3. See at the top there, Mayor, where it says annual charger networking fee per charger? You see that?
yep,
And it says 400.
yep.
And I asked Zach, I said, well, how many chargers do we have? He said 12. He said, so it cost us $4,800. He said, yeah. Now he says, flip back to the front, John. And it says, and I said, because I want to know what was our total revenues. And it's right there on the first page under cumulative program information.
Mhm.
$4,890. So he said we came out $90 ahead.
So the revenue in from fees is $4,890, and the cost
It's 4,800.
is 48.
Maintain, yeah,
But that's the networking
yeah.
fee. What about the cost of electricity paid to FPL?
Well,
That's not in there.
now, that's,
Because if it's a, yeah.
this is the basic step. So I know you said you'd like to discuss this more. I think, Mayor, what would be good is if you had to sit down with Zach so he could go through, because these numbers, this could get confusing. And I think he could explain to the T where we're at. And if you see that we're losing a couple bucks or making a couple bucks, then it's just the investment of this program that you're going to say, you know what, or the council, we want to have EV chargers for the city, even though we'll never retrieve our investment in it, but maybe we can break even.
Yeah, I think we were, guessing when we originally went into this. Now we've got some numbers. Are we doing this as an information on every agenda, the EV charging?
I believe
we've had
so,
it.
right?
I think it was quarterly.
Quarterly?
Right.
Okay.
And probably that's good because the amount of data that would come in over 3 months to show where we were is not much. So.
So our total number of chargers, I'm trying to look for.
12.
Okay. So basically what we've got is we've got 12 chargers at $400 a piece for the network data link and the AI that maintains it.
Per month.
Mm.
Oh, no, annual. You're right.
Annual.
Sorry.
That's annual, yeah.
And then we had $2,016.15 for electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're looking at $5,016.15 is what we're spending. And we brought in total program revenues of $4,890. So we're actually losing money.
That's
Yeah.
what I was trying
Now, I'm not going to disagree with you there, but Mayor, I think this is where it would help with an extended conversation with Zach to see if that's actually how these numbers are rolling out. That's all I'm saying,
Yeah,
you know?
let's put it in like a spreadsheet, or however, or just and if we said, initial startup costs, I think it's 670, 100 something thousand. And, if it was just monthly is great, but if you just run it out now that we have some data in year one, the revenue and then the line item costs coming out each month, like a cash flow, just for the.
Okay, Mayor, I'll get with
all the
Zach
chargers.
tomorrow, and I'll have Zach work on that for you, Todd, if that's all right?
Not.
Yeah.
Clarify also, that it says there's 6 charging stations, and the cost is $400 per
12,
charger.
Zach says there's 12 charging stations in the city.
Okay.
Yeah.
The
So-
report says there's 6.
Yeah.
We need to clarify that number.
Yeah, we will
But it-
clarify,
it
because I
dual heads.
specifically asked him before this meeting, because I was afraid he wasn't going to be here, and I wanted to have an answer for you.
No,
So,
it's 6, but there's 2.
2 on
per
each.
pedestal,
Okay, so
yeah.
there's 12.
Was there any liability insurance increase with the installation on any of the properties for the city? For any kind of insurance increase?
I'm not sure, but that's something I could ask
Because
Zach.
when you install one in your home, it increases your insurance. So I'd also like to see did our insurance get increased from having them?
We've had them before. I mean, it's not like we just got them. We had the other ones.
I would
first.
hope the answer was to
Yeah.
that would be no. Okay, Mayor, we'll get that for you tomorrow?
No rush for me. I
Okay.
think if it's quarterly,
Okay.
on the next one, but it would be good to get a handle and really, in the narrative form is helpful, but just to kind of see monthly or at least quarterly what it did and breaking down. And yeah, if insurance was a legitimate cost, that'd be a line item. And then, market changes, cost of electricity changes. FPL is going to increase their rates. It's really a moving target, demand, service, maintenance, all that. You're managing those little 6 pedestal assets, and that cost of electricity, you just have to always stay above the FP&L rate, so they'll be paying more. But
And this program's almost impossible to estimate based on the future coming and the changes that we're all aware of are coming.
Well, and I understand, just to Councilmember Willis's point, I understand that the city provides services, okay? But we're also, and we say this all the time, we are a corporation, we are a municipal corporation that is entrusted via the public trust to ensure that what we spend our money on is something that's beneficial to our taxpayers. So if we're providing this and it's mostly being used by tourists, we have to take a look at how we want to do this. There are many cities that have put them in and taken them out because they found that it wasn't worth it for their city. That's why I wanted to look at this, because we got into the fuel business We are in the fuel business, and that's not normal city service that a lot of cities provide. They don't do that. Yes, they provide tennis courts. Yes, they'll provide concession stands for the Little League and many other things. And in our area, that may be justifiable. But if we aren't watching it, I don't think we're going to know if it is or not.
But is it an attractor to come to our city to know that there's chargers here? You know, we don't want our taxpayers to pay any extra money, but does it, based on if we knew how many people that were coming from out of town that did this, but then spent money in the city, in the grand scheme of it, it might be very beneficial to the city. So, I don't know. I'm just, you know.
The start date was October. What was the first day we went live on these?
December, early December.
Of 23?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so yeah, we've reached a year. I mean, I think we'll reach
Okay, we'll get
18
your
months.
quarterly report too.
Councilmember Davis?
I was just going to say, I understand making profit and stuff like that, but my understanding when we were voting on this was it was more of a community. I mean, I didn't expect when I voted on this that we were going to make millions of dollars. I'm not saying we should, and I don't think we should take them out, because at this point, then we won't be making anything. So we have to get all the numbers and stuff like that, and maybe I'll change my mind. But I would not like to take them out. I'd still like to offer them, because then if we take them out, we're getting zero. So I'd rather make a little than nothing.
Thank you. Are there any other discussions on this item, Councilmember? Mayor Pro Tem? I think we need to know. It's a little hard to, that'll really help. And once we can see exactly this, I think gives us a really good idea. And yeah, it sounds like we might be losing.
Yeah, because if we don't have a good quarterly return, and then a half year in, we don't even have half of what we have now, then yeah, we're probably going down that road. So very tough nut. This is a very tough nut here to crack, because, you know, we're saying here's a service, and we don't know who's going to use it. So
I really don't think that you can compare EV chargers to tennis courts or concession stands or baseball fields. I mean, there's certain things that cities need to offer for their residents, for the taxpayers that pay. And, you know, how many people in the city have EV cars? You know, it's not, and that was the original thing where people were saying, well, if you're going to provide electric for electric cars, when it was free, you know, I want a gas card. Yeah. So, you know, and now we're charging, but we're still behind the 8 ball on making any money. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
the intention was good. The program's tough.
And the market's tough now.
It is. Mark is very tough now.
And it's going to grow tougher, in my opinion, after listening to our inauguration speech yesterday, because I think gas and oil drilling at home is going to be pushed. And so that may not help as well. We'll have to keep our eye on it.
All we can do is know the numbers to the best of our ability and continue to monitor it. I appreciate it. Sounds like 3 months from now would be the next
We could
time
give,
we
yeah,
take a
we
look.
could do
Obviously
it.
sooner.
It's a January, so like April 1st or whatever. Give you something April 1st. Okay.
Okay. Anything else on that one, Councilmember Jackson?
No, sir, that was it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so that brings us to discussion item number 5. We're at 7:35 p.m. I'd like to take a 10-minute recess here. Been at it. And come back at 7:45 or later if needed. But let's recess and come back. Thank you. Electrifying conversation.
I think you've got a tough job right now, but I think you're the one to get it done and it'll get better. I really do believe that. Yeah, I do too that.
Okay, thank you all for your patience. I think we're waiting on the city attorney to return, and I apologize for the delay. So with that, I don't know, I assume no action's been taken. Technically, I had a quorum, and I didn't know if it was proceeding, but
No, we ordered.
I appreciate it. I'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. It's 8:36 p.m. and we are at discussion item number 5, update to the January 24th, 2024. This is the last item on the agenda. I'm going to wait for the city attorney to return.
Mayor, can I give a recap of this item?
Yes.
So I went back through the minutes of each meeting since January 24th. Of course, on January 24th, the direction from the council was to obtain and distribute city council building permit inspections report. That was response submitted on March 19th. Then there was obtain the engineering report from Kimberly Horn. That was February 20th. Request plans and confirmation of date for FPL to remove overhead lines. On January 30th, FPL removed the overhead lines, placed them on the ground. April 11th, they removed the pole. Then utilizing the engineering report, exercise available remedies to gain compliance. So there's been status updates at every council meeting and other times. Then the final task on that was city manager and city attorney to present any findings and or opportunities. And I presented my report of findings on May 7th. And on July 10th, I reported my opportunities to improve the department. Regarding Jackson Avenue code enforcement, the first item was to provide a report showing all actions and correspondence. That report was placed in Laserfish on May 14th. Then step 2 was create and distribute administrative procedures. That has been distributed to City Council for code enforcement. There was step 3 was code enforcement employees provide certifications and continuing education. That was submitted on May 21st, placed on Laserfish June 11th. Then distribute a monthly BSNA report of all open code enforcement cases. That report started monthly report started in May of last year. Then present any findings or opportunities on ways the city can improve the community development permits relates to code enforcement. The report of findings again was submitted May 7th, and July 10th opportunities to improve the CD department were submitted as part of that. Then following month, there were multiple meetings throughout the year. Ultimately, FPL did their work. Special meeting on May 7th. Council reached consensus to present the report of findings. It was reviewed in detail. John Picard was contacted at City Council's request, responded that verbal approvals of the site work were given to the building official. He indicated, however, the vast majority of projects had written approvals. Regarding the rocks in the swale complaint dated 5/24/23, the reason it was new information in the report of findings is because it was information obtained during the course of the city manager's preparation of the report of findings. Mr. Robinson, the code enforcement officer handling the case, indicated to the city manager and the CD deputy director code enforcement manager that it was information that he had stored outside of BSNA. The information was uploaded into BSNA in order to keep all information in one place. When confronted with Mrs. Schaller statement that the date could not be correct, as the rocks were delivered several days after 5/24/23, Mr. Robinson said that he was sure of the date. Then on May 24th, City Council was given access to BSNA per council request. Chris Robinson's last day was June 21st. Dave Dickey's last day was July 15th. Going back to Fillmore, until this time, July, council and staff working under Mr. Whittakin's assertion that he would be completing the work. However, due to the length of time with no forward progress, the city council changed course and began to pursue a demand letter. July 31st, city manager held a meeting with Mr. Whittakin, his attorney, Mike Allen, project engineer, staff members from Kimberly Horn, city engineer's office, and deputy director of CED. The topics of discussion were the council's coming demand letter and a path forward toward completion on the Fillmore townhomes. Following this meeting, the city attorney and Mr. Whittakin's attorney held a number of discussions over the next 5 months. There being no forward progress, on September 17th, the demand letter was forwarded in furtherance of city council's direction. September 25th, at the recommendation of the city attorney, the city manager forwarded the demand letter to the Fillmore townhome unit owners, adding, as instructed by the city attorney, the city is not at liberty to provide any additional comments about the letter at this time. Then on December 17th, the mayor, city manager, and IT staff held an online meeting with representatives from BSNA. The meeting focused on reviewing the capabilities of the system and Q&A related to document storage in an effort to assure no utility conflicts were in the as yet unconstructed drainage swale. On January 6th this year, I met with city engineer and representatives from FPL to determine location and depth of underground FPL utilities. As a result, FPL indicated a need to adjust the location of the underground utilities. The work was begun on January 16th, but was interrupted by the discovery of an underground swimming pool in the easement area. City engineer documented the discovery and provided two options, and that was today. City manager's office is currently working to schedule a similar on-site assessment regarding the Bright House utilities. In closing, I met with Mrs. Schaller on January 8th, 2025, and asked her if there was anything else that she thought could be done to bring this item to closure. She stated that the damage was done, and all that could be done was to ensure that code enforcement customers not feel targeted. I said that code enforcement policies have been implemented to ensure all violations and compliances are well documented, and that robust reporting and review is designed to assure that timeframes do not make code enforcement customers feel targeted. Additionally, as relates to the code officer's statement about Cowboy complaining about rocks in the swale on 5/24/23, that comment was either purposely false or inaccurately recorded. As you may recall, that statement was also previously stricken and notated as stricken due to lack of corroborating evidence. As for the Fillmore townhomes, relying on Mr. Whittakin during the first half of 2024 to complete the work proved fruitless. In July, council directed we move forward with the demand letter. Since that time, the completion has been a pending legal matter. Along the way, process improvements have been made. Of the employees directly involved, none remain employed by the city. Employees who have inherited those roles have been informed of the mistakes that were made, which cannot be repeated. Formalized code enforcement SOPs have been developed and have been forwarded to City Council. In sum, I have faithfully worked to complete all that Council has requested I do regarding Fillmore and Jackson. These are and were two very difficult items. Jackson is done. Fillmore is awaiting utility rework and a council decision. I respectfully submit that council should soon make a decision on the Fillmore utility work to be done and then close this item, sir.
Thank you. The statement read on the Jackson item, number 5, I believe you read that. Is that right, Todd? Additional due to a lack of substantiating evidence.
Yes.
The one that you read into the record, is that provided in writing here?
No, this is my commentary tonight. These are from my
Will
notes.
you state that one more time, what you wanted to read into the record in regards to Jackson Avenue and the entry, please?
As relates to code enforcement officer's statement about Cowboy complaining about rocks in the swale on 5/24/23, that comment was either purposely false or inaccurately recorded. You may recall that statement was also previously stricken and notated as stricken due to lack of corroborating evidence.
Thank you. Is Mike Schaefer, our IT manager here, Todd, unavailable
He's
to
here.
ask a question regarding Jackson Avenue?
Sure.
Mike, if you don't mind. It was brought to my attention that the city manager got a new cell phone.
That's correct.
Is that just, it was time for a new one?
The cell phone would not charge any further, so it had to be replaced. It was an iPhone 12 and it went to a 14. It's the new one.
Thank you. He and I had met and he had told me that. My concern was his new phone did not have his records, text messages that we were referencing to verify correspondence between himself and the property owner, Ms. Pegschaller.
That's correct. We do not transfer. We don't have a capability of transferring text messages.
How are those messages handled that were on his old phone? Are those
messages don't get carried forward.
Do they live on the phone, or do you clear the phone? Did you clear the phone?
At some point, I will clear the phone, yes, and that particular phone has been cleared.
So is there any ability to go back and retrieve those text messages?
No, sir. Not at this point, no.
The photographs on the phone? I'm assuming this is a city work phone.
This is a city work phone, that's correct. And there were about, if I recall right, 4 or 5 years worth of photos on the phone. I was able to transfer those. Photos can be transferred fairly easy. Text messages, you have to have an archiving tool for texting, and we currently don't have that.
Were you requested by Todd to change out the phone to I assume the charging issue? My phone's not charging.
That's exactly why I changed it, yes.
And you
he said
respond.
it's not charging.
You responded to a request?
Yes, sir. Ordered a new phone and swapped it out, gave the same phone number, did all the assignments, put it in our mobile management system for the phones. It's a very standard procedure we do.
Thank you. I think that's all I have for right now. Oh, Mike, I'm sorry. I think Council, and I should have asked Councilmember Jackson.
Michael, on iPhones, and I'm just going to check because I don't have one. I know that with the cloud, does it do anything on backing up text messages to the cloud?
We do not. There was a decision made prior to my time coming here not to turn on that capability, so we don't currently have that capability in place. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Mike. Any other questions for Mike this time? Okay. Todd, before you requested Mike to resolve the issues in your phone, is that right?
I just told him it wasn't charging, and he said, "You've got one of the oldest phones. We need to update that." So we
And
placed
did
the
you
order.
take any preparations with
I handed him my phone.
archiving data from your phone?
I handed him my phone and say, "Do what you got to do."
Did you have a desire to have all the old photos on your phone? Did those transfer over?
He did that for me, yes.
And the text messages, did you know that you were going to lose those text messages?
I did not.
Looking back, would you have rather had the text messages?
I think that we need to develop a policy about how we handle this.
Okay, so just for clarity, to make sure, those text messages in the phone was 5 years old?
All right, Mike, 5 years old.
Prior to that phone, did you've been with the city for how many years?
In February, it'll be 23 years.
23 years, and been through a few phones in that time. So the
didn't
5
all-
years.
They did not all have texting capability.
That phone that you just replaced that would not charge, did those messages go back further? Were you able to?
I think every time I got a new phone, which might have happened a handful of times, it restarted. But obviously, that's just guessing.
This city's practice with text messages, would you be able to explain the departmental practices on how those are handled?
Staff is encouraged to not conduct city business via text. But that doesn't mean that other people don't send city business to staff members by text, and they shouldn't, including council members.
And when that happens, how are those handled? Because it happens.
If it becomes an item that becomes business, I know I've done this personally where I've made it a screenshot and forwarded it so it could be included for whatever city business was being addressed by that text message.
Prior to giving Mike your phone, did you make any preparations to screenshot any messages that would be city business?
I would do that for some people when it became city business, yes.
But prior to doing so, a record that exists on your phone that, well, I don't understand what you mean by you would do that for some people. What does that mean?
If a member of the public wanted to text me about a utility connection, I would screenshot that and send it over to Public Works.
If a member of the public texted you, as an example, do utilities need to be underground? Are you relevant? You're saying that coming from a citizen?
If it's, yeah.
Okay, so you receive an inbound text message and you would screenshot that because that's...
It's now an item of city business and it needs to be acted on and it needs to be put in email.
And if you, okay, so those messages that existed in your phone are gone now.
According to Mike, yes.
And that was not an issue for you.
I believe any city business item that needed to be addressed was addressed by screenshotting. If it was an actionable item of city business.
Okay. There was recently, okay. So that's a concern. Thank you very much, Todd. Potentially, 5 years of messages. I think there is a tremendous amount of public records that relate to city business. I would argue that each one of us up here, we all receive text messages, and while it may not be easy or we don't have the tools or features due to previous decisions, I don't think that escapes the responsibility to manage those records. This is related to a message that was brought to my attention by the property owner. Mike, did you want to say something? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I just want to caution the council here that this could quickly go into a closed meeting where this conversation's going with some of the capabilities or lack thereof.
I will be cautioned. City Attorney, I trust that you will help advise if there's anything we're saying that should be exempt in a closed meeting. I think.
Yes, the council's aware there is a status of very
Yeah. Well, the ability to manage public records, I think we all have we take annual ethics classes here. We learn, we have custodian records. This came up because of a message from the property owner, Peg Schaller, who received a message from the city manager. She responded to the city manager answering the question. And when I met with the city manager, he was not able to produce that record. And then finding out now tonight more and understanding the issue, it sounds like there are no records from all of your contacts and all the messages, including myself. And being transparent and open with the council and the public, I had the chance to sit with the city manager and show the first text message I ever received from Todd. He started, it was in 2018. And that was city business. And there's other city business matters. And so the specific issue was related to the lien that was ordered by the magistrate for Jackson Avenue. Y'all recall that went to the magistrate? The property owner at the time was given a certain amount of time to pull permits and to correct the violations. That did not happen, to my understanding in meeting or watching the meetings, the hearings. The magistrate then ordered a lien. The property was sold, I believe, after the lien was placed on the property.
Can I ask what year?
This 2024,
Yeah,
when Ms. Schaller bought the property.
That was incorrect. The lien was ordered by the magistrate in January of 2024, and the purchase was done after that.
Well, yeah, so the lien was imposed.
The lien was ordered.
Was ordered by the magistrate, and then she purchased the property with the existing lien.
But the lien was never recorded by the code officer. When I found that out, I had also been told by her, Peg, that she had her intention to purchase the property and correct all the violations. And I had a phone call with her, and I said, in a good faith effort, what I'd like to do is, just recognizing that the code officer failed to record the lien, we'll just hold off on recording it because you're in the process of fixing all of this. It seems to be an unnecessary thing to do, and showing good faith and working with a property owner. So she thanked me for that. She asked how long, I asked how long she needed me to hold off, and she said 30 days. And I said, why don't we be safe and call it 60 days? And she said, fine, thank you very much. So she bought the property and she began to cure the violations, and I understand all the violations have been cured. There's no violations remaining, therefore there's no reason to record a lien.
City Attorney, the order from the magistrate, you might have been at that hearing, I don't know, but if you can help explain the process after that order happened on Jackson Avenue, the lien was placed, how long typically does the city have, or is there no time limit to record the lien? And who is responsible to record that lien?
I don't attend the magistrate hearings, so I wasn't at the meeting. The magistrate will conduct a Massey hearing procedurally before a lien can be imposed. Assuming the magistrate has a Massey hearing and the magistrate determines that the violation has not been corrected, then the magistrate will then issue a written order finding noncompliance and then imposing a penalty. And that order becomes the recorded, future recorded lien. So, that order has to be prepared and then signed by the magistrate, and then I'm assuming, and this is just an assumption on my part, it would go to the city, the recording secretary, I would imagine, and then at that point, the lien would be recorded by staff. That's.
So you're not aware, I mean, sometimes the code will specifically say a position, city attorney, you might be the specific, I don't know who's responsible to record the lien.
Without looking at the code, I don't know if it designates a certain person. but, there's administrative help that the magistrate receives from the city to conduct the hearings. So,
Are you aware of any time limit to record?
No, there's no, I don't think there's a specific statutory time limit, but, time is of the essence on those sorts of things, right? When a violation and a lien is imposed, it should be recorded as soon as possible, right? Because, people convey property and, you want to get it recorded and attached as soon as possible and not have an unreasonable delay.
Thank you. The former property owner had a property that was a serious safety issue. The building caught on fire, as we know. The tenants at the time complained. The tenant was the only one that actually received a violation. We all know that story. We've talked about this from the beginning. And then with persistence, she stayed on it in an act of counsel involving, I think, ourselves in the process to understand the issue. It finally, a notice of violation was issued after a lot of meetings and a lot of effort, and the sentiment and reasoning why code violations were not pursued from my remembrance of the meetings was that particular property owner was not going to fix anything and they were not going to pay anything. What good is it? We were rewarding bad behavior. And so, nevertheless, it went through the notice of violation. They were correct. They did not fix anything. I believe the officer, Robinson, was on that case at the time. And it made it to the magistrate. The magistrate did his job, ordered the lien, and then it was back on the city. And then that property was sold, and it should have had a lien. And the buyer asked her attorney and title, and I don't know if they called with the city, and there was no lien. And if there was, the seller would have, I don't know how those things work, I think adjust the price or pay the lien. Right before they closed, that lien needed to be paid. And there was no accountability.
The officer was separated from employment. That's accountability.
There was no accountability with the property owner. He sold a property with liens and he did not have to pay the cost of the neglect. The accountability, there was no accountability when our code enforcement officers, I think, seemed reluctant because they seemed to only want to pursue cases where people would pay or where people would, oh, I'm sorry, and try to do a good job. But if you ignore the city, right, it seemed in that particular case.
That supposition, I think he should have recorded the lien and he failed to.
Yeah, he I think, failed to issue the notice of violations. Originally, that building didn't change. That sat there for months and months, if not over a year. And I think that we all agreed with that, and the magistrates certainly agreed. But my point is that when it got to the magistrate hands, through a lot of effort and advocacy and pushing on a property that has been considered a major opportunity since 2009 visioning sessions when it was Dottie's Bar, that the city did not hold that property owner accountable. And the magistrate, until they proceed, the magistrate imposed the penalties, and the property owner sold the property and never had to pay. That's not how the city of Cape Canaveral should be doing business. And I do not know why that lien was not recorded, considering the spotlight and the timing of that it was 363 days since that meeting, that Egg's efforts to fix the property. City attorney, is it back in our hand? Can we decide to not record an order from the magistrate? And if so,
that is not best practice. And furthermore, the statute authorizes that it be recorded as a lien. It enhances the city's ability to collect whatever the fine amount ultimately is, right? Now, because once it's recorded, right? I mean, once the order is issued, the fines run daily until ultimately it comes into compliance. So you want to get that recorded against land, because the property, because under the statute, not only is it a lien against the subject property where the violation occurred, but also all other properties owned by the violator in the county. So you secure the city's fine by recording it. Otherwise, not secured against real property. And then you wouldn't have the ability to foreclose on it in the event that there's a foreclosure opportunity to compel compliance. Best practice, the practice is to record it. Magistrate doesn't put it. The magistrate issues the order. It's clerical to record.
Okay, but what
And there's a recording fee, of course.
Could the magistrate have put the lien on the owner at that time, or was it defined to pay? Would it be the magistrate's responsibility to put it to the owner?
It's against the violator and the notice of violation and the subject property. That's customary practice.
I don't love the answer of best practice, but I appreciate it. Either you can, or either you have to, or you don't have to. I guess that's my question. Do you have, if the magistrate orders a lien on that property when it was owned by, at the time, Shane Reynolds, the former property owner, the code enforcement officer has a responsibility, I heard that, and a best practice to do it, but there's no issue here if has the authority to not file it. And I think that discretion is what got us here in the first place. Selective. The comments of retaliatory, discriminative, all of that, we took head on, this whole council who sits with us today. Action was taken. The magistrate was supposed to make things better, and I believe it has, but the magistrate can't do our job. It was a serious shortfall, and that city employee neglected their duty. Mm-hmm. That employee had a manager. One employee had one manager to make sure that they did their job. I believe that employee, in this specific case, neglected their duty. That manager had a director who make sure that the managers manage the employees. 3 eyes on it. And that director has a city manager. And that's all this council can see. And so how does that happen? I don't think those are mistakes. I think that is not emphasizing the roles and responsibilities, the code, and an exclamation point around in order from closest thing to a judge we have. And I have not heard an answer on why that was not handled with swift, expeditious manner on a serious life safety issue that was neglected, that in a 2 square mile city we were very well aware of.
I don't know why the code officer didn't record the lien. He failed to.
Do you know why the manager did not ensure that code enforcement officer, and why the director did not, and why?
I'm sure they relied on people to do their job, and obviously he didn't do his job. Code officer should have recorded the lien.
He chose to not record that lien.
I can't say what he chose. All I can say is he didn't do it.
Did he ever answer to anything about the lien and why he did not do it? Was it brought to his attention that he did not record the lien? Or did he leave going, I just forgot about that?
Brian Palmer told me about it, that it was never done. Had discovered it wasn't recorded.
City Attorney, did you get anywhere with whether or not they're required, or?
The statute says a certified copy of the order imposing the fine or fine plus repairs may be recorded in the public records and thereafter shall constitute a lien.
May be recorded?
Maybe.
Okay, so it sounds like.
But best practice is to record.
Thank you.
How else do you secure it? I mean, it's undoubtedly best practice, in my opinion.
Brian brought it to your attention, City Manager? When was that?
This was after Peg had announced that she was buying the property and intended to cure all the violations.
Okay. The former property owner really, I don't think, had any accountability. And Peg had to clean up, not that mess, and go in and do the work that he was responsible to do. And so there's a few 1 to 2 code enforcement officers. This is one person over one person. And tight-knit in a small community with a very high stakes, high profile issue that has been long-standing, considered blighted property that caught on fire with people that involved our Brevard County Sheriff's Office to come in and have to respond to issues, and the records and the management around that sort of just stirs up a frustration that I wanted to share. This was just brought to my attention. I wanted to confirm, and the reason it was brought up was that the Peg Schaller, the current property owner, stated that she saw on the website BSNA, and we can go back and look at our reports, that I think up until maybe very recently, it showed that there was a lien imposed on that property, which doesn't help. So now we see, and we get our monthly reports to get the status, and it says lien. And I can go back to the months. It started in June of 2024, and I don't know if it changed or ended, but from our eyes, it shows there's a lien.
Lien was ordered by the magistrate.
I think it said lien filed.
It wasn't filed with the clerk of court.
Well, ordered, filed.
It's two different things.
Yeah.
And so yes, I understand that. I'm saying when she went to buy the property, she goes on BSNA and it says a lien, and it stayed a lien. And so she's like, there's no lien?
There was a lien ordered. That's still true by the magistrate.
And what is the accrued amount of fines?
until it's found in compliance at the magistrate hearing, the number of days from the magistrate's order till that day. So that's technically still accruing. Well, no, you could still file it and enforce it. But my goal was not to penalize Ms. Schaller because she's trying to cure the violations, and that would just cost her more money to have to pay a lien on this property.
But it was the time before Ms. Schaller bought it. It was already ordered by the magistrate. The city attorney says you want to act on that.
It should have been done, and it wasn't. But by
Very
the time
quickly.
it came to my attention, she was already in the process of buying the property. And I'm not wanting to penalize her, I'm wanting to help her.
I'm not so sure about that either. I'm not here to help Peg or
Well, she
one over
thanked
the
me.
other.
She
The
thanked me,
property
sir.
was in, that's a magistrate decision. Any reasonable person, I think, would look at that and go, that's not how that should be handled. When this was under a magnifying glass, we were all staring at how this was handled after serious gaps in incomplete records, missing records.
I agree it should have been filed.
Peg had records that the city sent her, and the city had no proof of those records. Really,
That's all been
poor
covered.
record management. And then when she tells me, I messaged him, I approached you, you said, I don't know where it is, and now we've learned that all those texts are deleted.
I believe she asked me, where is the lien? And I said, where are you seeing this? She referenced BS&A. So she was referring to the order.
The former property owner had no pressure to correct his property, and when it got all the way down, he just sells it without a lien. He imposed. That's
It should have been recorded. I agree with you.
and the reason why isn't because there was layers of oversight, and especially you, right, as our city manager. They might have multiple cases, but that one's important to this council of five.
I will agree.
Five of us.
I will agree that he failed to record it, and I will agree that that happened under my watch. But I was not aware of it until Brian Palmer brought it to my attention.
So, yep, I think relying on word of mouth and bringing things to the attention we've learned a lot that those have resulted in insufficient issues. I seriously see it as a neglect of duty, and that when a council directs that action be taken and it doesn't, that's unfortunate. And so the other unfortunate is public records and the way we're managing public records and being able to rely on accurate information. We cannot make good decisions if we don't get accurate information, complete information. And I think shifting to Fillmore, Jackson and Fillmore, the information has been either it does not exist, incomplete, inaccurate, or it pops up later.
You're referring to David Dickey's information?
I'm referring to the city's ability to take a property and say, from site plan, plat, to construction, here's a 4-unit townhome. I'm going to show our work on one project, just one, how the city of Cape Canaveral does it. And I think we found some serious opportunities to improve, to put it nicely.
I think there were mistakes made, certainly.
And those particular properties were 2 examples for code and for building. And I'm very concerned about records being deleted without an effort to retain them. Our city council, I think, is willing to put any resources, and before decisions are made to delete records, there's a procedure for that. And I think if this council would have been asked that we could buy a software or something that would allow, I can speak for myself, I would have supported that. And I don't think it's a council decision. I think we have to. We have to. Unfunded mandates, as we call them, we are mandated to retain records. And some of the gaps in the information in putting this together, as I've worked with city attorney, city manager, is that you just can't get the whole story. You can't get all the information. And some of those gaps might have been answered in some of those text messages. It was the only record that would show. I mean, Todd, you utilize the city phone for city business with a citizen. When you texted Peg Schaller, that's city business. Did you retain that record?
I did not dispose of that record.
Okay.
Can I ask, we all receive texts or something from a citizen, and every person, can you say as mayor, because I know you do a lot of calls, I'm not calling you out particularly, but I know you do a lot of calls for texts from citizens. Do you have any say, you honestly say you've said every one of them as a public record?
I have not deleted any records, I can say that. So yes, I have saved them.
Okay, so, I mean, if, I'm not pointing you out, but I'm just that you get the most.
I understand.
Most texts. So, I mean, that's one
I don't
thing
know.
that we have to all say. We're trying to hold them accountable for something, and we all may not be doing it. We may not. But I don't see how we can hold them responsible when we have a different policy in place. You know, if we want to change it, that's fine. So we have to, keep our text or whatever we want to do to change it. But back then, you don't have a way to save your text. His phone died. I mean, what are we supposed to do? My phone died, I go over and I get a new one and I lose information every time. You know, I'm talking my personal phone. So I've lost a lot of information by switching phones. And they're sorry that happens when you switch phones. That's all they tell me. So I don't think we can hold them accountable for something that was policy at the time.
What's that policy?
Where we didn't have this particular, you said something that we don't have the particular.
Yeah, but I don't
one
think
to
it was
save the
policy.
text. Well, it was, you said it was procedure or whatever, that we don't have a certain thing, we chose not to, or.
There was a decision made, yes, not to get an archiving system for the text at that time.
Previous, yeah, I've done that. So how do you hold, I mean, we're getting city phones, for whatever reason mine breaks, I have, I tell them my phone's died or whatever, and you switch it. I can't, I mean, I didn't know at the time it was down, I can't save the text unless we have that in the system, which we may get, but I don't think I should be held accountable if I accidentally lost some text that whatever I did, that was city business.
My phone died, and it has, with no ability to recharge it. Is that what you're saying? Or it wouldn't keep a charge type?
It was very temperamental about receiving a charge.
You could power it on though, or I've had it where you got to move the wire and it wouldn't charge and it gets loose in there. But even if you took my phone and you threw it in the middle of the Banana River Lagoon, I can go down and buy a phone and I will get all of my records because I have to.
Why can't we do that?
We couldn't do that at the time,
The former IT director made that decision? Whose decision was that? I guess was that, I mean, I don't want to go down that, but if you.
We're quickly going into the cybersecurity realm.
I can change
but I
subjects.
can tell you, without tap dancing around it, that regardless of who made the decision, it was a locally decided policy not to acquire that tool, the tools at the time that have that capability. And I don't know if it was a cost decision, if it was a technology decision. I don't know why, because I was not present, so I cannot give you past decision, the intent behind that.
I wasn't part of that decision-making either.
So all city employees, we don't keep text messages?
My phone's no different from any other city employee, Mike, right?
That is correct.
Okay, this is a bit crazy to me. I'm kind of scratching my head. I know we have a new city clerk and excited, but to speak for our former, I think she was very up to speed on those laws, and I never remember her stating to me that I didn't have a responsibility to keep my text messages. Further, ethics laws, talks with the city attorney, all the trainings, League of Cities that we invest in. This is absolutely unacceptable. And we are smarter than this. I mean, I honestly feel like I'm a little bit of a gaslighting here. Do we hear what we're saying? That we don't have, because we can't, a decision before your time. I mean, you've been with the city for 20 years. So now it's this mysterious, there's no policy that I've ever seen. If so, why wasn't that communicated to the council? There's no software that I've known. I understand that. That makes sense, and I get it. But that's not a reason to not follow those public records requirements, especially when we are initiating and using our phones for records. The policy's written. We need to not have. Absolutely.
The state holds us responsible.
Yeah.
We go through and take that training, and it literally said, if I do a doodle up here and I draw a picture of whatever, if somebody asks me, Kay, what were you writing? I want that public record. That doodle has to go to them. And that includes all electronic. I just took the course.
I know, we've all taken the course.
Yeah,
I know,
and
but what would happen if you had a city phone, you've been using, and it just wouldn't charge anyone, there's no more, and we have a policy that we can't keep all the texts?
Well,
There's nothing you can do about it.
actually, there are things you can do, and that was one of the things I just was going to interrupt and ask a question. Now, I understand that we don't have a program capturing, but most of the mobile vendors out there have an SMS server, and those records are literally online with our account.
Right.
And you can log on and get your texts online from the account interface. Now, that may not be for municipal. It may not be for a large corporation. It's something we could check. But those policies are exactly why I just brought this up, literally, and Mike and I discussed the fact that I want to be on a city phone, because once I went through Florida League of Cities training, I'm very much aware that me using my own device is absolutely not what I want to do. I want to have it all in one spot. Now, we do have different situations with things that were passed in the past because of the situation we've had with IT prior to Mike and our team we have now. But here's the thing, and we can ask city attorney this, but as far as the law is concerned, us not knowing isn't, ignorance is not an excuse for breaking the law. And the state statutes say we are to keep all of this. So literally, if you're using a device, you should be screen capping every text from any constituent that texts you or anyone that is at the city that's texting you. Because if someone asks for it, you have to provide that record legally. So there is no excuse for we didn't know. That is not an excuse. Or we weren't able to. And also on these phones, just so you know, you can tell I've dealt with mobile. And I get it, Mike, because mine, I wear those USB chargers out and they get loose. We need to look at the fact that maybe we need some of the chargers that you lay the phone flat on to get enough charge to copy the records before we let the phones go. We need to look at when phones are reset. They shouldn't be immediately reset, period, because that is a problem with public records. And it comes back to the individual. From what I just took in class, it comes back to the individual to provide that for those text messages. So it's on me. Somebody asks for mine, I'm going to have to sit down and do it and take the time to do it. Period. That's what now, am I wrong, City Attorney Anthony, on what my interpretation of all this was? Because I just went through that training.
So I'm going to make it abundantly clear that whatever that retention schedule is, I will take any action and propose any action to freeze all records because we are reaching the 1-year point, and that any records at a minimum do not be deleted. And if you need formal procedure or direction to do that as it relates to these properties, their addresses, all correspondence related to them, the last message I gave this council is it's not making sense to me. And thank y'all for your patience as I've worked through it. It's 9:33. I'm going to get to some of the things that I think I need to share here with the council. Obviously, we got our vision statement. It talks about resilience and safety, community stewardship, business-friendly development. With Fillmore and Jackson Avenue, with resilience and safety, these incidents, I think, reflected a neglect in ensuring resilient infrastructure and public safety. We had fires, and we're still dealing with flooding and pools under the ground. Community stewardship.
Excuse me. You just found out about the pool.
There's probably more to come.
Yeah.
Community stewardship, inconsistent code enforcement, and record manipulation. I believe undermine the city's commitment to responsible governance, and that third value, or in the vision, business-friendly development. I pulled 3 sections out of the vision. Business-friendly development, mismanagement of permits, and I believe inconsistent and selective enforcement, discouraging fair and transparent business practices. As far as the mission goes, the mission of the City of Cape Canaveral government is to provide excellence in municipal services by supporting a high quality of life, fiscal responsibility, and environmental stewardship while celebrating diversity and fostering innovation. Failures related to the mission statement are excellence in municipal services. I believe there are procedural errors, clearly, and selective enforcement showing a disregard for consistent and high-quality city operations. Fiscal responsibility, failing to file liens, that's money to the city. That'll buy tennis courts and make improvements. And failing to file liens and approving severance pay for underperforming employees violates principles of financial stewardship. And last, environmental stewardship, infrastructure failures such as improperly installed drainage systems at Fillmore, compromise environmental integrity and resilience. Those are just some of the things that I believe we as a council are responsible to be shepherds of the vision, of the mission. When I look at it, there are successes in there. These are the major issues that I think Fillmore and Jackson, 2 of many properties, has brought to my attention. And as far as the values, there's 5 out of the long list that we have that I pulled that I'm questioning. A commitment to excellence. I do not believe this has been followed. City manager, I think, did not uphold the standards in managing the community development department, including the building and code enforcement services provided to the community, i.e. Fillmore and Jackson's results and current statuses. Accountability, despite the knowledge of departmental failures, no employees were disciplined or terminated for the failures, and implicated staff and the other departments were dragged into this, and it implicated them, which resulted in resignations, some that were allowed to stay on after the resignation in the early days when it was believed to be an issue on their part, and obviously the unjustified severance pay. Fiscal responsibility. The failure to provide sufficient resources and oversight to file liens, obtain security bonds, and ensure proper building and code enforcement reflects poor stewardship of city resources. Integrity, this is a big one. Altering and or not maintaining public records while allowing unsafe construction to be completed along selective enforcement, as I said, erodes the trust in the city's governance. And 5, communication last, inaccurate and poor communication with the city council and community regarding the failed procedures within the building department and code enforcement violates this value. I am obviously having issues. We have mission, vision, and values, but we obviously have our charter and we have our code. And when we read the charter, it's a very short section on the city manager. And it's section 402, ultimately enforcing these laws and then overseeing the enforcement of these laws after it's been brought to your attention has been a clear problem. Coincidentally, with properties and property owners that seem to not ever have enforcement. And if they're not being treated differently, then is the entire city being treated like Fillmore and Jackson? I don't like that, and that's what I'm observing. Charter is vague and big, but that's ultimately it. And as far as the city code, there's 6 items. I won't read them all. Some of them I believe have been fulfilled, but the big ones under section 2101, powers and duties of the city manager. The first one is provide sustained administrative leadership and coordination of staff and board activities in carrying out the acts and directives of the city council through overall supervision. If people filed liens and did things that they wanted, we wouldn't need supervisors. This is why we have them. Not only one supervisor, multiple supervisors who supervise managers who we are being supervised by the public. I'm almost finished. And so through overall supervision, coordination, in this capacity, the city manager coordinates the activities of staff and boards to that adequate information, so that adequate information and recommendations in important areas are expeditiously considered by staff and boards, brought promptly to the attention of the council. Everything that I found out about Fillmore, we have had to rip, and those were closed cases, CO issued, done. Here's the file. It took months, it took weeks, and we're still getting information. And so when I say inadequate, that's what I mean. The inability to present and provide text messages, we can't do that now. You cannot show proof that you reached out to a citizen. This is just one example now, or any correspondence, and communicated to the public. That's inadequate. It doesn't exist. That's an extreme example. And last, out of the 6, it calls our city manager to appoint, when deemed necessary for the good of service, suspend or remove all city employees and appoint administrative people, from my administrative officers, yes, those employees are not here. And I think we've been saying, but they're not here anymore. Or, unfortunately, they're not here anymore. Unfortunately, we don't have those records to verify. That's not an acceptable answer. And I could go on through some other powers and duties in there, but those two big ones, inadequate information in section 21011, and then in 5, removing and suspending employees. The way and the manner it was done it was not done in a way upon knowledge of problems that happened, not mistakes. If these were just new to Cape Canaveral, these are long-standing issues in Cape Canaveral. Code enforcement under former city managers, when we ranked, was always the lowest. And there's a term out there within the public that's called the good old boys. And the good old boys, as I defined it, is very simple. You get treated favorably if they like you. You get treated unfavorably if they don't like you. That's one way to describe it. And that's what this has led me, counsel, to see is there's been inconsistent in the way we're treated with inadequate information. These are not mistakes. Some are, and some have been corrected, and many good things have come out of this. But the biggest thing is the agreement between the city manager and the city, which was executed July of 2020. And the section within the agreement is C11. And what this is it talks about roles and responsibilities throughout the agreement. But it talks about some of those responsibilities and things that he's not supposed to do. And it also talks about what they're supposed to do. But the one that jumped out that really summed it up was that at some point we have to draw the line. And there's been, I believe, under the agreement, some issues. My entire issue with the two employees that created problems that were never disciplined, suspended, removed, terminated, anything. Both of those, and only those, received severance pay.
6 weeks each.
They received $1 too much, in my opinion. It's not my decision. That's your decision. But it is my decision to make sure that you're being responsible with the funds and that you're making decisions that are in the best interest of the citizens. And the citizens that have been involved in this and greater Cape Canaveral. And go back to the Oak Lanes, it's coming back, and all the other ones throughout the years, is that where is the accountability? That puts on our shoulders now. It's no longer a city manager issue. It's our issue, like I said in that last meeting. And so when I look at section C, council, I know you haven't had a chance to probably look at the agreement, but the neglect of duty raises a major issue, and I think it has continued to happen. It is your duty to know public records. We purchase the taxpayers for you to have the resources you need to figure that out. And as a 20-plus year employee, I'm sharing with the council, there's a lot of things that have disappeared, been manipulated. It goes to our vision, it goes to our mission, our values, and specifically on page 5 of 8, section C3, neglect of duty. is what I want to share as my conclusions on Fillmore, Jackson, and the city as a whole. And it would be my opinion to stop there. Councilmember Davis, you wanted to speak? I'm one. I'm not a majority, but I would like to hear your thoughts, your experience, whatever that we want to discuss as it relates to this. And I've been patient, I've shown grace, I've shown mercy, I've shown love, I've shown every possible value that I can throughout this. It's 363 days on top of what I counted to be we're approaching almost 1,000 days if you go back from when the city had this in our hands to administer. So I'm done there. And this is an effort to put this behind us. So, Councilmember Davis.
I can't remember what I was going to ask, so if somebody else wants to go first, that's fine.
I'll speak.
Councilmember Jackson.
I think it's really bad when we have situations like this where our citizens feel targeted. We can't allow that to continue. For me, I have tried to give grace and those kinds of things as well. However, I have a very difficult time with thinking that these things are going on in that department, and our city manager, of course, comes from that department. So are we so out of sync, period, that we couldn't do anything right in that department? Because it's difficult when you see these things that have been going on. It goes beyond systems, it goes beyond those kinds of things. But I do know that from what I've seen, public trust is a big thing, and we're losing that. We're losing that battle in that group. And with the city on whole, and I've discussed that, because that's what we're here for, even with staff or anyone else. So it's really difficult. This is a difficult situation to be in. But I don't feel any better that I know that this isn't going to keep going this way. I haven't seen anything. We're going through an investigative process here, which I understand that, and we pretty much have very good documented information at this point that says these things shouldn't have happened. I've had discussions on how people left, because that's not the way I ever did anything in my life. If someone did the wrong thing, I didn't let them leave, by just quitting. So it turns into a situation where we as council, it also mars our reputation when these things are allowed to continue on. I think that there are things that need to be tightened up in our charter, definitely. But I always, in my professional life, when there's a failure that has been as big as just these two addresses, because it really scares me to think about if we looked at more and the behavior, it becomes a bigger issue at a higher level. We've had a lack of training. I've discussed this with the city manager, because it comes, at the end of the day, it comes down to whoever the leader is to make sure their teams are trained and the processes are in place and things are heading in the correct direction. If it's not, you work with those leaders. Now, or you work with your directors, you work with your managers and that sort of thing to implement the things that need to be put into place to be successful. I have, the records, that really bothers me when we don't have good record keeping processes. in every department, and I think we need to really clean a lot of those things up, not just this one, but others. So I understand what you're saying, Mayor, and I do understand that this can't continue. I don't feel good that I've heard what positive action would be taken to where it won't continue. So I know that we have new staff in that group. I think that they're going to work really hard to ensure that things are done properly. But the things that I've sat and listened to over the last year, it's really amazing.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes. Things have happened that no one's happy about. But I think the city manager has made the changes. He's hired the people to correct the issues. I don't believe that the city manager is guilty of any malfeasance, or neglect of duty. I think he has done everything he possibly could to rectify the situations. Now, things come up that we have found out about the Fillmore property that nobody knew, nobody could even research. So those things have to be corrected, but I believe that the city manager has done good work. I think he has done the best with the staff that he had and then has replaced that staff with better people. And I think with the young people that we had employed, we were moving in the right direction, but we've lost some of those for whatever reason. But I don't believe that the city manager had any intent to delete or destroy any records. If his phone was dead, it was dead. If we don't have the resources or the procedures in place, we need to put them in place. And I would like to know what that cost would be as well, and what our IT department recommends, because they should know. But I don't see any reason to drag the city manager through this any further. I think he's done a reasonably good job with what he's been dealt, and continues to do a good job.
Thank you, Councilmember Willis.
I just have a few comments. I know Mia, when she was city clerk, we have done public records requests that she has sent us emails that she needed everything that from our phones or from our everything. So if there is no capability of recovering that, how would we send, how would we send the information to her if there is no way to recover that? We never had that capability, so why would she ask for it,
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that, this started with Fillmore and Jackson. And I wonder if it hadn't been brought to the council, where would we be now? Would we still be in this mess? Like the mayor said, the information from Fillmore and Jackson, we had to pull from staff over months and months of asking for this and trying to get the right decision or right information to make the right decision. I think that Mike German and Sean were the first to leave, and it started from there. They disagreed with what happened at Fillmore. They left because they had a disagreement with the city manager. And then Chris Robinson, has been a problem in the code enforcement department for a long time. Way before all of this came to light, there was problems with him. The fact that he did not file the lien or that did not get recorded cost the city money, not only the lien itself, but the time the code enforcement officers went out there, the pictures that were taken, all of that cost, employee time out there in the field. And it comes back to, the leader of the group, and especially with the spotlight on both of those locations, Fillmore and Jackson, I would have done more due diligence to make sure everything was done and filed correctly and the information was getting to the right people. And then the fact that he got a separation amount of money after he cost the city a lot of money and a lot of aggravation, I think was not right. And the director of that department had to oversee all this, had not done his due diligence to make sure everything was done correctly, T's were crossed, I's were dotted, let's get on this and make sure it's right. He also received severance pay, which, has, all of this has cost the council, the city, a lot of time and money and aggravation to the people that had to go through all this. And I think, a lot of the things that we heard when people were resigning or quitting or being terminated was, the council doesn't respect them. Well, I think through all this thing, we've had a major disrespect of the council. For us to have to drag information out of the staff so we can make a right decision, whatever decision it could be, is a major disrespect to the council. And I think the city manager's major job is to protect the council and to make sure we get the right information to me. We shouldn't have to drag it out of staff with repeated meetings and things like that. I'm just really disappointed that this has drug on so long and put the residents and, Jackson Avenue through all of this. There was lots of mistakes made. Todd's a good guy. He's been here 20 years, but with that 20 years experience and being in the building department, you would think we would have a more scope of a good job in that department because of his experience. I don't think we got that. I agree with the points that the mayor brought up about our vision and our mission statement. And, I don't know what the answer is. I hate to, when does it end? When do we move on? Just like I said, I think the fact that we gave Chris Robinson any money, more than $1, was way too much for everything that he calls the city. So, that's my opinion.
I don't think that anything, maybe Robinson, there was some mistakes or whatever, but I don't think any of the staff or the city manager has intentionally done anything against this council. I don't think there's been records that have been hidden. I don't think anything was done intentionally. And I think that once we got the information about what was going on, I think the city manager has done whatever he could. A lot of this started off with a civil process, because it was between landlord and the developers or contractors or whatever. So I think Todd has done everything that he could do, and people are gone and stuff like that. We have new people, it's a fresh start. Have any of you ever managed people, been in a big place and managed people? Then you understand that you can't watch over every person I was a supervisor. I can't, this person may do something. I don't know about it, but as soon as I find out about it, I do something about it. You can't watch over everybody at any time. If you say you can as a manager, I think you're moving up, because you can't watch over everybody. So I think once he was aware of it, that he was fine. And I'm gonna have an odd request, but I'm gonna get the city clerk to ask this. You all are saying that all your emails and your texts, your photo texts and all that are available, right? I'm gonna ask a records request between you, Councilman Jackson, you and Peg Schaller. I want all the social and private media, and any text, any photos, anything, any communications you've had on social media, whether private or not, and then we'll see if you've kept everything. And I would like a monthly request. I'll come in tomorrow and fill out the paperwork. I want a monthly status update on this council. So between you two and then with Peg Schaller.
Put it through the city clerk in the correct manner.
I will. I said
I think it was fine.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because records requests have been made of council members before and they've been ignored.
Okay.
So you're saying that you have, because there was a records request.
And I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
So
I think
I'm gonna
that's a
ask
great
you, when
idea.
You say that you have everything. I want all private and social medias that
Yes,
you've
I have
conducted.
everything. I
'Cause
have
know
to
you're
by law.
administrator on certain private sites. So I want all the communication between the two of you.
And I think it'd be great to see that with you
That's
and
fine.
Mr. Morley too.
Yeah, I
So,
don't want to get into
there
tit for tat
there
here.
shouldn't
What'll-
be any reason why anyone would not be willing to provide their records.
I have not been communicating with them or anything else. So I don't have anything to hide.
As far as the issues around the city manager, in regards to this, is there anything else you want to say? I heard your request.
Yeah, no, I don't think that anything is going to finish.
Okay.
I think that he's, again, have you ever supervised anybody? Have you ever been, you can't watch and micromanage every person and know their every move.
I'm not asking for that. I'm
No,
just
I'm just
asking
saying-
for
I'm
basic.
just saying-
You're laying out extreme red herring examples.
Yeah, because
You
unless you've
can't-
been in that position, you don't know
Yeah.
what it's like.
Here's-
You can't
But you
micromanage
said
people.
something, just to debate here, you said something that was really important. You said, I have.
Yeah.
You've managed. And when you found out was something, you immediately took care of it.
Yeah.
Agreed.
When you
That's-
find out, but
that's
you may
right.
not know.
That's right.
I may have
That's right.
known for
Yeah.
6 months a year.
So when you go back and you look at when the city manager found out that a CO was issued, that a burnt building did not get a violation and they were about to lose their property because insurance dropped them, he found out. This is months before January.
I know, but I think you are personally involved in.
I'm
knowing
agreeing with you. I think these are great opportunities to say, we
Yeah.
agree here.
I think you're personally involved in Ellie Mays, and I think before you fire anybody, that you have the right, you should investigate.
Okay.
You need to do some type of investigation.
I did.
And then find out that if they are wrong, then you can terminate it and you can do whatever.
I'm just following the code and the charter, and if we need to go through, we can. The city manager serves at the council's pleasure. And at any point, at any time, we can address issues with him. Or her, or whoever it is. Okay, that's all I'm looking at right now, because that's what I'm responsible, and we are, raise our right hands to do. And when our city manager, who has his own duties and responsibilities, when I read it, when I investigate the contract that I was a part of, and look at, is this happening? I am not seeing it in these areas, and I can expand into other areas, but for the sake of simplicity, simply put, brought to the city manager's attention, he had knowledge of the items that we've went, the record speaks for itself. Go back to January prior, and you can see willfully is not the operative word here that I'm debating. He willfully chose not to follow up and ensure before he separated with Chris or Brian resigned to go, wait a minute, before you walk out the door, did you file that lien? One of 5 cases you have, or 10? Did you file that lien?
So what would you have done different once you found out?
I'm not a manager. I didn't apply.
I'm asking you, what do you think should have been done then?
I don't think that's okay, fair. I'll entertain it. I think he should have immediately look at his contract, look at his agreement. He knows it. He can speak for himself if he needs to, but to adequately supervise employees, consult with your city attorney, step 1. Talking about the lien? Step 1, I'd call the city attorney. Hey, we got an issue. I'm ready to separate. Didn't file a lien. Obviously that did not happen.
And all the things that the city went through with the previous owner, with ignoring everything that was coming down at him, as it being a health and safety issue.
Yes.
I think that would have been our first priority, to get that lien in there.
And ignoring things that occurred at the Moon Hut location
Absolutely.
as well. So it was absolute situation that is where she was getting selectively enforced on, is the way I'd like to say it. It was selective enforcement. Hers was flying through the system. She's getting liens. She's getting notice of violations. She got documentation that should have gone to the old property owner, and her name was on it. Then we had the situation where Moon Hut had things they did, and it was a year or so, whatever that. I'd have to go back to those notes.
Treated differently.
Yeah, so everyone has a right, I think everyone has a right in this city to be able to go by the same rules. That's not what was happening. And it is, I mean, even when we talked about, I asked, can I get BS&A? Well, no, we don't know how to do it. We need to look at how to get the modules where you can't see this and you can't see that. I get that. That's fine. But you know what? I literally had to, in one of the city council meetings, ask or make a statement. Let's pay to get them in here so they can get us access to the system. And we should have never had to get that far on that little tidbit. We should have had access where we could go in and see those records. I'm sitting here looking at, on page 4 of 5 of the agenda item we're looking at, that says what is not included. It's number 1, what is not included. Working draft documents that were determined to be unhelpful and created some confusion. For these reasons, those working draft documents have not been placed in the Laserfish folder. That is not supposed to happen. Not supposed to happen. This right here goes into Laserfish if somebody says, K. Jackson doodled. There y'all, I doodled. It goes in there. So how are we going to, you're wanting our records when we don't have, we've got it right there in writing that we didn't keep that public record. And you keep all yours. I'm going to tell you, I've got file folders and file folders. I have messages from 20 years ago on my devices. I back everything up to an external drive so that I can provide what I have to provide, whether it's the city or my business, and even when I help my sister. So absolutely, that's what you do if you're in a position like this. They literally say in the training you have to do it. So you know what? In this state, you have to do it.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. We've gone beyond 10 o'clock.
Oh, thank you, Tom.
Need a motion to extend, or anyone can leave at any point. Obviously, we all. But I would like to.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, second by Councilmember Jackson to extend to 10:30. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilmember Davis.
Against.
Councilmember Jackson.
For.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum.
For.
Mayor Morrison.
For.
And Councilmember Willis.
Against?
Well, it's a 3 4s, 2 against. It passes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
He's doing the Cinderella roll on you.
Yeah, but 3 is a quorum. So if they want to leave, they can leave. I wouldn't leave, but if you were holding anything back, I don't understand that. So, okay, I'm agreeing. If we failed to extend, fine. But saying we're not allowed to meet past 10 o'clock? Okay, so this council, Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Willis voted against to not extend for 20 minutes, and I assume that's to go home now? Okay. I don't feel that's right. I'm not disagreeing with the city attorney, but city attorney, do you have any other advice on how to talk for another 20 minutes? Are you reading? Is there any other options that we have? Can I make a motion to break the rules? I'm looking for all necessary remedies to overcome the supermajority 10 p.m. in the public. We're being recorded, I assume, still? That's really important to me. I don't want to continue unless we have that.
Mr. Mayor, part of the issue is that you brought this up out of the blue going down this road.
Jackson Fillmore?
No, where you're heading now, not just Jackson Fillmore, but we're talking about employment, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, if we were talking about just Jackson and Fillmore, remedying just Jackson and Fillmore, I would have been fine. But now we're talking about, and we're getting quite heated over it as well. And I think we should be stepping back, because unless y'all have discussed this before, this is the first time I'm thinking about or even considering or looking at the city manager's employment.
You said if it was remedying Jackson and Fillmore, the remedy to the problems was, as our city manager said, these employees are gone. And I'm saying the statement was made, all who were involved are no longer here. I don't agree with that.
We're on a different topic.
All who were involved in Fillmore and Jackson are no longer here. I don't agree with that. Our city manager was involved, and I believe remedying it is to look at his employment immediately, just like our city manager did, and we have been asked to not discuss this.
I'm gonna end the meeting because we're going over.
No one's stopping you from leaving the meeting.
The rule is, the meeting is over. It should be adjourned.
I asked to clarify if we can break the rules. If not, I'm not going to push back any further.
I don't see any
Okay. I will be, well, the meeting's adjourned, I assume, city attorney? Okay, and to discuss scheduling a meeting, is that a sunshine law violation, just for scheduling purposes only. I want to do a meeting as fast as we possibly can, if it's, and I would call it, I don't care what you disagree with, I'm not asking.
Excuse me, you don't care what I disagree with?
No, I don't.
You know, yeah, I'll walk
Yep.
out now.
Okay, good, change the quorum.
You know what? Oh, I'm gonna keep my.
I said I'm willing to follow the rules, it's just that,
The meeting's over, it's accepted. So just
we're
cancel.
we're not having a meeting,
You're
first
still
of all.
on
Yeah.
the.
Let me make it, okay, you're being disruptive. City Attorney, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Okay. Meeting adjourned. Council,